Welcome, everyone. This is the September Louisville Town Council meeting. I'm glad you all are joining us tonight, whether you're watching us on TV6, watching us on Facebook live stream, or watching us at louisvillenc.net. I would always like to recognize the people who are here in our audience at the council chambers, but unfortunately, we're not even in our council chambers. So however you're viewing us, welcome, and we're glad you're with us tonight. We'll start our meeting this evening with an invocation by Bo Houff. Bo?
Very good. Let's pray. God, our Father, we give you thanks for this beautiful day and the sun. We thank you for this beautiful town that we live in and for all who care about it. God, we especially give you thanks this evening for the life of George Hauser, our good friend and longtime employee of the town of Louisville. We ask you to comfort his family during this difficult time. And then as we go into this meeting, we ask you to be with us, to guide us, direct us, to give wisdom to those who have decisions to make. And then following this meeting, we ask you to continue to be with each of us. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Bo. We'll do our customary roll call. Mr. Smitherman.
Present.
Ms. Welch.
Here.
Dr. Sadler.
Present.
Mr. Franklin.
Here.
Ms. Foster.
Evening.
Ms. Hunt.
Happy Thursday.
Very good. The mayor's here. That's a full accounting of all the troops. I'd also like to recognize our staff, Bo Houff, who just gave the invitations, our town attorney, Ms. Joyce Walker, who is our town clerk, Ms. Pam Morell, who's our finance officer, Mr. Ryan Moser, who is our public works director, Ms. Stacy Tolbert, who is our planner, and our town manager, Hank Perkins. Also sitting in the wings, waiting to make his report later on, literally sitting in the wings, Sergeant P.J. Stringer. And you are on patrol tonight, are you, Sergeant?
Actually, I'm not. I'm cheating. I'm at home.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, PJ. It's good you're with us anyway. Very good. Council members, and Ms. Walker, I don't think there have been any additions to our agenda, have there?
Not since I sent it out, no.
Well, that's 3 meetings in a row that we've not had changes, so congratulations, everyone. With that, council members, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for this evening.
Move to approve.
Approve.
Mr. Smither makes the motion. Mrs. Welch makes the second. Any further discussion? Mr. Smitherman.
I approve.
Ms. Welch.
Yes.
Dr. Sadler.
Approve.
Mr. Franklin.
Approve.
Ms. Hunt.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Mayor's aye. That makes it unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hank, you want to walk us, please, through our consent agenda?
Okay, this consent agenda consists of 3 items. The first is Resolution 2020060 for the acceptance and approval of preliminary monthly financials for the month ending July 31st, 2020. Next is the approval of council briefing minutes from August 6, 2020. And lastly, the approval of town council regular minutes from August 13th, 2020.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen. The consent agenda are items that usually are of usual importance coming before the town council. They include our financials, our minutes, those types of things. Any council member is permitted to pull any individual item off the consent agenda for consideration separately. Otherwise, we take them as a group. Is there a motion, please?
So move.
Mr. Franklin makes the motion. Ms. Hunt makes the second. Any discussion? Mr. Smitherman.
I approve.
Ms. Welch.
Approve.
Mr. Franklin.
I approve. Sorry, had to find the mute button. Unmute button.
Dr. Sadler.
Approve.
Ms. Foster.
Approve.
Ms. Hunt.
Aye.
Thank you. And the mayor approves. That's our consent agenda for this evening. Just an item here. Stacy, I don't know if you or Hank are controlling the feed to TV6. But right now, we don't have the speaker as the full screen. We have the whole panel of folks. So I don't know if you can adjust that on your system or not. Was I clear in my explanation?
So you see the grid?
Yeah, I see the grid.
All right, I'll see if I can fix that while we move.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Walker, I'm going to ask you if you would, if you're prepared to handle our first proclamation tonight for our Constitution Day.
Yes, and pardon my side, I'm reading it from a different computer. This is for the Constitution of the United States. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to rule by law and not by individuals. And whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention of 1787. And whereas in celebrating the anniversary of this significant document, we honor and preserve the foundations of liberty and justice for every American citizen. Now, therefore, I, Mike Horn, I think we chuckled at that. Now, therefore, I, Mike, Mayor of the town of Louisville, proclaim September 17th, 2020 as Constitution Day and September 17th through 23rd, 2020 as Constitution Week in Louisville. I urge all citizens to reaffirm the ideals established by the fathers of the Constitution as we work with each other to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Given under my hand and seal this 10th day of September, 2020.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I don't think there could be any questions, but are there any questions for Ms. Walker? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
Proud to approve.
Ms. Welch makes the motion. Dr. Sadler makes the second. Any discussion? Mr. Smitherman?
Aye.
Ms. Welch?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Dr. Sadler?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Ms. Hunt?
Aye.
Very good. The mayor's aye. That is unanimous. Congratulations, and we take great pride and pleasure that we can participate in some way in this recognition. The second proclamation that we have to approve this evening, Mr. Houff made reference to the passing of our former Public Works Director, George Hauser. Those of us who knew him, and some of us for a long time, and some even most recently, feel a great sense of loss for the presence that he brought to Town Hall, the enthusiasm he brought to his work, and the dedication to my cell phone.
It is. Yeah, I'm in. Thank you, Faith.
There we go. So therefore, council members, I would like to ask for approval of this proclamation. This would be recognizing Mr. Hauser, I believe, in an appropriate way. This is proclamation 202005 from the Office of the Mayor. Pardon? Oh, Sharon, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you. I'm so glad you could join us. Folks, if you're not,
I had a hard
you have Sharon Hauser, George's wife, has joined us, and thank you. I'm glad in this kind of crazy time that you've had an opportunity to be with us, and certainly appreciate this. I'm hoping this will mean a lot to your family. I know it would mean a lot to George, and it certainly means a lot to us. So whereas the town of Louisville wishes to recognize the 19+ years of commitment by George Hauser to public service and his many contributions to the town and our residents, and whereas Mr. Hauser further demonstrated his commitment to his profession, through his continuing education in the fields of civil engineering, technology, asphalt construction, maintenance and inspection, playground safety, and stormwater maintenance and management to better serve the town of Louisville. And whereas during his tenure as Public Works Director, Mr. Hauser earned the respect and admiration of town staff, town council, local and state officials, and the residents of Louisville. And whereas in addition to his well-earned reputation as a professional, Mr. Hauser endeared himself to his town hall family through his sincere kindness, subtle sense of humor, and genuine concern and respect for those with whom he worked. Now therefore be it resolved, it is most fitting and appropriate to recognize the contributions of Mr. George Hauser and the lasting impact he had on the town of Louisville and those around him, and invite all residents to join our town council and staff in celebrating this day, September 10th, 2020, as George Hauser III Day. Given under my hand on behalf of the Louisville Town Council this 10th day of September, 2020. Council members, any comments? We'll entertain a motion. Dr. Sadler makes the motion and Ms. Foster makes the second. Any further discussion? Mr. Smithman.
Approve.
Ms. Welch.
Approve.
Dr. Sadler.
I approve. George is a great guy and made great contributions to the town.
Mr. Franklin.
I definitely approve of this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Foster.
Agreed. Definitely approved. Thanks to George and to his family.
Ms. Hunt.
Aye.
I think that was an approve. Yes, that was an approve. Very good. Thank you. Sharon, that the mayor approves, and that is unanimous on behalf of the town council. We share your loss. You're in our prayers, certainly. And George will be tremendously missed by all of us. Thank you for being with us tonight. I know it's a trying time, and for you to take just a few moments out of it to be with us means a lot to us.
Thank you. George would be so honored. He wanted to be here. He was excited about it, but God was ready for him, so he took him on. But I thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Condolences to the rest of your family also.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sharon.
You can leave.
Next is our public safety report.
Oh, God.
Sergeant Stringer.
That was so nice.
I tried to get as much as I could.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Hank, can you pull up those reports that I sent you?
Yes, just one second.
So, on a good note, we didn't see the car break-ins that we suffered in July with that string in Shallowford Lakes. So, our total calls for service for the month, we're looking at 601 was actually our total calls for service. That includes all the self-initiated and what we might be dispatched to. Just to give you an idea of what kind of calls we're looking at, if you'll go down through there. If anybody has any questions, you can see we had four auto break-ins already occurred. That's down from, I think, 22, what we had last month. And then also our response time, our priority response time was down to 6 minutes on priority calls, which is emergency traffic, responding to those code 1 calls. I did want to emphasize, if you've seen some of the speed trailer out and the digital speed limit sign throughout the neighborhoods, I just want to encourage the residents that may be listening tonight at home. We can utilize those speed trailers in various locations. We typically like to put those in neighborhoods that we have a lot of speed problems. So if you'll be in touch with me, I'll be happy to try to pinpoint target locations, but and cycle those throughout different neighborhoods. But I do want to emphasize to the residents to just be careful and watch your speed going through the neighborhoods. It's getting cooler weather. People's going to be out walking more. And so we want everybody to be safe.
Question, please, for Sergeant Stinger.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for being here this evening. I just asked, would you please explain what that assist agency means?
Assist other agency, that could be anything from you go out to stand by with somebody that's had a wreck until highway patrol gets there, or you go out with the fire department to on a medical call, or you may go out with probation and parole to look for somebody that may be violating probation. So anything that doesn't fit is we're not the primary investigating agency that's listed as an assist agency. So that could be fire, EMS, or even it may be nothing more than locating a family member for somebody that's down at the beach and is trying to get in touch with a family member.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for PJ? Thank you, PJ.
All righty.
Good to see you. Stay safe.
Yes, sir.
Stay safe in your driveway.
Yes, sir. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Stacy, would you please pop up our how to contact information?
Is it sharing?
It's not sharing yet.
Oh.
Thank you. If you allowed
Oh,
Stacy
there we
to share.
go.
There it is. There we go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 3 opportunities this evening for you to participate in our meeting. We'll have a public forum, which will occur in just a few minutes. We'll have a second public forum at the end of the meeting, and then we'll have a comment period during the site plan review discussion from the chamber or from the council, and that'll be later on in the meeting. So if you are here tonight to talk, your comments will be relevant to that site plan petition. Please hold your comments for that particular period of time, and let's let folks who have other issues to share with us do so in our public forums. We'll put this slide up periodically so that it gives you a chance to find out how to get onto us, whether it's phone or whether it's a direct link, or whether yeah, that's probably it. The Zoom, the webinar, or the phone. So copy these numbers down if you need them, or go to our town website, click on residents, click on event calendar, and then you'll find a link to today's meeting if you wish to participate on Zoom. Sank, do we have anybody who wishes to speak?
I'd like to add, Mayor, that if someone is on the telephone and calling in, if they wish to raise their hand to indicate to speak, they would need to press *9 on their phone in order to raise their hand to notify us that they want to participate.
Thank you, Stacy. I neglected to say that. So *9. If you're in the Zoom webinar, you can there's a little button there that says raise hand. If you're calling in, it's *9, and that'll show up on Hank's screen, and he can then call you in order to speak. Hank, are you going to do that, or is Stacy going to do that?
I guess for the public forum, the first one I can handle that, and I will turn it over to Stacy during the public comment case.
Very good, thank you. Anybody wishes to speak? No hands raised?
No, sir, no hands raised.
Very good. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there will be another opportunity at the end of this meeting. If something should come to you over the course of the evening that you wish to share with us, there'll be another opportunity at the end of this meeting. Ms. Walker, you have some appointments for us.
Am I muted or unmuted?
No, you're fine.
Okay. We have 2 student leadership members that were unavailable during our last meeting, and I am asking that you reappoint those 2 members for this year. That is appointment order 2020007. And I believe you met both of them, but they were unavailable, and I did not get information from them until after we met in August.
Okay. Any questions, Ms. Walker? Entertain a motion.
So moved, as always.
Mr. Franklin makes the motion. Ms. Hunt makes the second. Mr. Smitherman?
I approve.
Ms. Welch?
Approved.
Mr. Franklin?
Approved.
Dr. Sadler?
Approve.
Ms. Foster?
Approve.
Ms. Hunt?
Aye.
Mayor makes it unanimous. Thank you very much. Once again, folks, if you would like to participate now in public comments for the site plan review, this is the time to, Stace, flash that up for me one more time real quick, just so we give everybody ample opportunity to see how to participate. Once again, you can call in on the telephone, and the webinar number is right there. Jot that down. And then when you wish to participate, you can hit *9, and that'll raise your hand and we'll recognize you in turn. Or you can go to louisvillenc.net, click on residents, click on event calendar, click on today, and you will see a link, a Zoom link to this meeting. What do you think, Stace? We had it up, had it up long enough? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I think so.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be considering LTCR 2020-001. This is our site plan review for the petition by Solomon Development Company.
Mayor, you have one matter before that.
Pardon?
You have one matter before that on the agenda.
That's right.
Resolution?
2020-059.
Thank you. Okay, very good. I'm just cruising through this. Ms. Walker, this is a item that we were briefed on at our last meeting, and this is for a road.
Yes, we have received a request from a resident for us to close the right-of-way for a road that the town has actually never opened. The only thing that the town has to do is to acknowledge that we have no need to utilize that road for the future, but we are obliged to do that by way of a resolution. And Bo, for the public, if you would like to explain more about roads that have not been opened within 15 years?
Yes, there's a general statute. It's 136-96 that governs this situation where a road has been dedicated on a plat or otherwise, and then where it has not been opened either by the state or by the municipality within 15 years of its dedication. In that case, it reverts back automatically to the developer or the developer's successors. In this particular case, this is a portion of the roadway off of Sonata Drive, and it is it was named Aria Drive, but this portion of the road has never been paved or gravelled or anything else. It is an unimproved 60-foot wide right-of-way, and Mr. Meacham, the adjoining landowner, has petitioned to have this withdrawn. Actually, Mr. John Reynolds, as liquidator for the successor to the developer, has actually requested that this be withdrawn.
Thank you. Any questions for Bo or Joyce? We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Franklin makes a motion. Dr. Sadler makes a second. Any additional discussion? Mr. Smitherman?
Aye.
Ms. Welch?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
Dr. Sadler?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Ms. Hunt?
Aye.
Mayor is aye. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Excuse me for skipping over that one. I'm reading the instructions to myself, and I just got involved in the maybe the destructions too, but certainly the instructions. Okay, folks, we are to the segment of the meeting where we will be discussing the site plan review for compliance, and this is the petition by Solomon Development Corporation. Stacy, if you will, actually, Bo, I believe what I'd like for you to do, if you would please, is since this is a rather complicated petition we have, actually the petition is very simple. It's our process is a little bit complicated. Will you let the council know, please, what our instructions should be?
Yes, this is for council and for those who are otherwise listening or participating via Zoom. This is a site plan review for compliance within the downtown overlay district. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if I can get it done here. And I know this is small for many of you, small for me too. But if you'll look at the top of this page where it's subsection D, this is a portion of the downtown overlay ordinance. This describes the approval process. It says all new development, expansions, reconstruction after demolition, or destruction of uses except single-family homes and schools in the downtown overlay district shall require submission of site plans, landscaping plans, and building plans for review and approval by the planning board and elected body. Such submittal shall comply with the site plan requirements of section B 7-4.1 Form 1 and the deadlines for all petitions and submittals published by the planning staff consistent with the requirements of B6 for proposals requiring simply site plan review, but not rezoning or zoning map amendment. The planning board shall recommend approval and the elected body shall approve any plans that meet all the requirements of this downtown overlay district and the UDO or consistent with the alternative compliance provision in downtown overlay 3(c) and deny any such requests that do not meet the requirements. The planning board and the elected body may exercise their full authority when considering requests for rezonings or map amendments, but that's not what we have tonight. The planning board and elected body may, as a part of its approval, require conditions to reduce impacts associated with the project as specified in section B6-1.3A1. And I hope I have that available here, and I will go to that. These are the conditions that if there is to be approval, you may consider imposing. Most of these will not be applicable to this particular situation, but that is for council to determine. If there's and although this reads under as planning board, it also applies to elected body in this situation. So the various conditions that may be imposed relate to public right-of-way dedication to meet projected needs for roads shown on the transportation plan, or for other roads as determined by the town of Louisville or North Carolina DOT, road and or sidewalk improvements as recommended by the town of Louisville or North Carolina Department of Transportation, access control, including the location, number, and dimensions of driveways, and combining driveways with and providing connections to adjacent properties as recommended by planning staff or other appropriate agencies. Reorientation of parking areas or building access to ensure on-site traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Dedication or granting of easements for greenways identified on the adopted greenway plan. We have an accepted but not adopted greenway plan. Screening and location of dumpsters, loading areas, on-site utilities, or other visually obtrusive features as determined by the planning board, again, or elected body in this case. Space for public transit vehicle maneuvering and or public transit shelter if determined necessary by the Winston-Salem Transit Authority. Stormwater management plans as recommended by planning staff and appropriate agencies. And I believe that is a condition on the site plan presently. Location and screening of improvements or activities which may generate substantial noise. compliance with recommendations of the town of Louisville or state of North Carolina or other governmental departments reviewing the projects, that is TRC recommendations, and compliance with all applicable conditions previously approved for the property in question. And as the meeting progresses, if we need to go over those again, we certainly can. Again, this is a review for compliance. You'll be looking at the provisions of the downtown overlay or downtown overlay. You'll also be looking at the relevant provisions of the UDO as the planner will explain to you. Again, this is a review for compliance. And again, this is not a rezoning that took place in the year 2000. And so the zoning is in place. Again, we are reviewing the proposed site plan. You're reviewing the proposed site plan for approval or denial or approval with conditions among those that I've listed there. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have at this stage.
Any questions for Bo?
Yeah, I've got one question. You mentioned the downtown overlay provisions and the UDO as the documents that will determine how we should determine what should happen. You didn't mention any other documents. So does that mean these are the only documents that should be considered?
These are the documents to be considered, except that there is a reference in the downtown overlay to an alternative compliance that we can get into if that need arises. And in the consideration of alternative compliance, in that instance, direction is made to the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. But otherwise, you're looking at the downtown overlay and the Unified Development Ordinances only.
So the alternative compliance would only come into play if there's some recommendation for that. Is that right?
If that issue is raised, we can take a look at the alternative compliance provisions, but otherwise, as I said, the only documents you'll be considering are the UDO and specifically the downtown overlay provisions of the UDO.
Thank you.
Ms. Hunt.
Yeah, but you referenced or made mention of landscaping plans. Was that inclusive or to be included with the site plan? Can you go back to that piece or inform me as to where it specifies the landscaping plans and the other documents?
It references those in section D. It says all new development that is in the downtown overlay. The downtown overlay is 2-1.6H, and this would be 3D of that provision. And that says that all new development, expansion, et cetera, shall require submission of site plans, landscaping plans, and building plans.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bo?
Yeah,
Stacey? I'm sorry, Phil, go ahead.
I do. Bo, would you go back to that shared screen and let me read the one that's below what you've been pointing out?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Franklin, this is a compliment to your eyesight that you can actually read it.
Are you talking about subdivision E?
No, I'm talking about, yeah, E. Just hold on there a minute.
All right.
To the degree to which they contribute to the well-being of the downtown while preserving and enhancing the village character, integrity, attractiveness of Central Louisville as identified in the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Since that's been raised, how does that apply?
I think when you're looking at the various requirements of the downtown overlay ordinance, I don't want to step on Stacy's feet too much on this, but when you're looking at, for example, architectural character standards and whether or not they're met, and you look at those, and you'll see those in subsection 4 of the downtown overlay ordinance. As you're looking at those, I think you would look at those in the light of the reference there to subsection E.
Ms. Hunt?
Yeah, but I also see that same language in Chapter B, Article 1, 7-5.3, and it references that in addition to the requirements of this ordinance, all site plans shall comply with the following standards. And it goes on to talk about consistency with the legacy and/or the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. So are we, and this is kind of on the same line, are we supposed to be considering those documents?
The standards are contained in the downtown overlay, and so I think those are the ones that you're going to be looking at. Those standards, if you need to determine whether or not a particular standard is being met, you may consider the comprehensive plan. Legacy is not really one that we look at for these purposes, but because that's a county-wide plan, we have a municipal plan for our comprehensive plan.
So
Any other questions for Bo?
Bo, to clarify, that we are only to look at that particular subchapter or part of the ordinance and not the other.
You'll also be looking at, again, Stacy will guide you through this as well, but you'll also be looking at the underlying requirements of the underlying PB zoning to make sure it complies with those.
Okay.
But primarily, the downtown overlay requirements are what you are looking at. Primarily, they're going to control because they're more specific as to this particular, all properties within the downtown overlay.
Right, question?
Ms. Foster.
Fred, when you asked Bo to read from the Muni Code or UDO, what can you all mention what those reference letters and numbers are, please?
Yes, it is Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter B, Section 2-1.6 H, parens H, and then it would be 3D and 3E.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Stacy, it's your show.
All right, I'm going to share my screen quickly. Okay. Oh, that looks, can everybody, that looks weird. What does everybody see?
We see a large salmon-colored Solomon development slide, and beside that we see
Next slide and all
a
that.
smaller one with type on it.
Okay, I'm not really sure why. We'll just do it this way then. I'm not really sure why that extra stuff was on there, but maybe it's because I have two screens and usually I don't at home. Okay, so tonight we're taking a final look at the Solomon development and the review for compliance of the site plan. And so I just wanted to do a little recap quickly in regards to what this includes. For the record, for Joyce, the properties included are identified as PIN numbers 5875978451 and then also 5875977671. Again, the property was rezoned in 2000 to pedestrian business special for combined use multifamily. Again, this is not a rezoning request, as Bo has already mentioned. And then just to give you an idea, the definition of combined use is a principal building which is used for any combination of dwelling units, including single family, duplex, and multifamily, and any other uses that is permitted in the zoning district. And again, this zoning district is PB for pedestrian business. So for those of you watching, the overall request is for 39 multifamily units combined with a restaurant in one, it would be one building, parking to be below grade in a parking deck, and then also to the rear of the building. It is served by public water and sewer. The total acreage is 1.56 acres. The property fronts Great Wagon Road and has vehicular access proposed off of North Street. So we've been through this numerous times, and so I wanted to kind of give just mainly a little bit of background, not necessarily to the extent of exactly where this started, but as most of you recall, this went back to our planning board and they heard this request and voted last night. So the reasoning for this going back to the planning board is when it was before, in between planning board and council, right before it came to council last month, I was made aware of the definition for height building. This is in Chapter A, Article 2, definitions. This is where it specifically talks about how one is to calculate the average elevation of the finished grade of all sides of the building. It talks about measuring the midpoint of each side. This building has 4 sides, to the topmost elevation of the roof, to the topmost projection of the building above any roof, including parapet walls. And then it refers to the height of accessory buildings, but that doesn't apply here. So when we took a look at that specifically, when we found this definition or this calculation being in the definitions ordinance and not in dimensional requirements, we found that the average height of the proposed building was 51 feet, which is greater than the 48 feet requirement that is in the downtown overlay standards. So the elevations were changed to bring the building down to 45 feet. But because of that last, or the back of the building that has the below grade parking, that made the average to exactly 48 feet average. So that is how we come up with the building height. It meets the average of the 48-foot height requirement. So then we're talking about, going a little bit further in definitions, the lowest floor elevation. I know we've talked a lot about different buildings that are already constructed downtown, and this building that is to be constructed if approved. So the definition for lowest floor elevation is the elevation of the bottom or lowest part of any habitable room intended to be used as living area, excluding unfinished or unventilated basement or garage areas. So this proposal is for the parking garage is not considered a floor in this definition. So if you'll take a look at the elevations, I'm pleased to say that we were able to finally, with a few technical difficulties, get these plotted out for you council members, so you could have a big blow up and a big way to view these. I know this type and everything, this font is rather small, but so this is the final elevation that was submitted and that went back before the planning board. This was the only thing that changed in order to cause it to go back to the planning board. The site plan itself did not change. So you can kind of see here that took the height to 45 feet on 3 sides, and then on the back side it adds the parking garage, which makes the this length a little bit longer, so then that makes the average the 48-foot height requirement. And here are the new renderings. You could see the change that has I think it's called a cornice or a parapet wall at the top in order to bring that height down a little bit. And then this is the site plan. You all have plots of this as well, big copies of this as well. This is the thing that did not change in order for it to go back to the planning board. So moving on, last night, the planning board did hear this at their September 9th meeting, and they voted to deny the request, a 5-to-1 vote. There were only 6 members in attendance. Mr. Joseph Hamby, he is the vice chair of the planning board. I'm just going to run through. These are the comments that he went over and he voiced for the discussion of his reasonings to deny the request. So he states where.
I want to ask you this: these were included in his motion, correct?
I believe so. Is that correct, Bo? Or was it he voted to deny it and then these were his reasonings to state?
I think it was the latter.
Yeah, I think it was. He made the motion to deny. There was a second, and then that's when we went around the planning board members, and they were to give our reasons. If they were going to vote in denial, they were to give their reasons and the reasoning for voting in that manner.
Thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Hamby submitted where conflicting ordinance occurs, the more restrictive, not lenient requirements should prevail. You can see, I won't necessarily read all of the UDO Chapter B articles for you. You can see those right there in front of you. If you have specific questions about those, feel free to stop me. We can have discussion later, however the mayor chooses. Next, with that in mind, the project's height exceeds the maximum provided for buildings in the downtown core area. The project does not preserve, enhance, or complement the small town character of Louisville. The project's mass, bulk, proportions, and scale is incompatible, inconsiderate, inappropriate, and insensitive to the area surrounding properties, violating the following cited ordinances and standards. The project is inappropriate to the site with general disregard for the surrounding areas as cited in, you can see there. The project's use of off-site parking fails to have the ingress or egress for off-site parking originate through the multifamily site. The project's placement of dumpsters on the secondary lot utilized for off-site parking use violates the ordinance. Downtown overlay provides additional requirements to the underlying PB zoning. It does not replace them. With that in mind, the project fails to meet the underlying PB zoning district requirements of a 40-foot setback along residential property and then a type 1 buffer yard adjacent to residentially zoned property. In addition to that, board members Jessica Higgins and Bill Scantlin agreed with Joseph Hamby's reasons for denial. Board member Joseph Sloop recommended denial due to the building being greater than 2.5 stories. And then Mike Sullivan, planning board member, recommended denial due to the building being greater than 2.5 stories and the side setbacks, also that Hamby mentioned not being 40 foot. So, Mayor, is there, how do you want to proceed? Go to questions?
Let's stop for a moment and see if anybody has any questions for Stacy.
Got a question, please. Stacy, what's the height of the roller mill?
48 feet. I have been, the research that I have done and a lot of other people that went through in years past making this, the purpose of having the 48 feet height limit in the downtown area, both in the core and in the gateway area, was 48 feet simply because they did not want anything to be higher than the roller mill. So that is where the 48 feet was how it came about.
Thank you.
Ms. Hunt.
I believe Dr. Sadler had a question prior. Dr. Sadler, did
Dr.
you?
Sadler, okay, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think one of my main questions, if the ordinance in various places refers to this 2.5 stories, and we see that consistent with what the planning board brought up, how are we able to say that this 4-story building is compliant with UDO?
The way that I look at it is the UDO says 2.5 stories with a maximum height of 48 feet in the core area. And then it also says 3 to 4 stories with a maximum height of, again, 48 feet in the gateway area. The maximum height is 48 feet regardless of you could have a 1-story building that's 48 foot tall. And the precedent has already been set that multiple buildings have been either approved or constructed downtown that are non-compliant with that very restriction. I mean, we're in a building right now that is 3 stories tall that doesn't meet the 2.5 story standard in the downtown core area.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking 48 feet, I notice on the elevations here, on both the south elevation and on the east elevation, it's showing some kind of extension, if you will, above the 48 feet level. That's either the elevator, if they're going to have an elevator in the building, or that's an air handling unit. When is 48 feet 48 feet? Does that include accessories above the line that I'm looking at on the elevations?
Can you be more specific? Is it which is it northeast? Which elevation is it, Mr. Franklin?
It's on the, if you look at the south or front elevation, And then right below it is the east elevation.
Mhm.
On both of it, it is showing something above the 48-foot level that's been outlined. There's a box up there, and it's right on the southeast corner of the building.
It's on the north elevation, Stacy.
No, it's on the south. The one I'm looking at is the south elevation or the front, and the east elevation, which puts it at the southeast corner of the building. And it extends some 8 to 10 foot based upon the, looking at the 10-foot floor, 10-foot 9-inch floor levels. It extends above that 48-foot roof line by several feet.
It's not labeled. I'm not 100% sure what that is.
Well, it's been drawn as something. That's something that we need to consider. When it's 48 feet, 48 feet. He's already dropped it down from 51 by changing the pitched roof, which I thought we required in downtown buildings, to a flat roof.
Flat roofs are allowed in downtown as long as you have a cornice or a parapet wall that hides any sort of HVAC units or anything like that that is on the roof.
Well, there's something sticking up on the roof. That there is a box on top of that roof, looking at the scale, that is something 8 or probably 6 to 8 feet higher than that at 48 feet.
Mm-hmm. I think we could possibly, when the applicant has a chance to speak, I think maybe we could ask him that. I'm not 100% sure what that would, it's not labeled or anything, so I'm not sure what that would be.
I agree with you, it's not labeled, but my question here that I want answered before we get done with this whole process is, when is 48 feet 48 feet, okay? And if this is showing on this drawing above that limit, then it's above 48 feet. And if we're supposed to have parapet, well, if that's an HVAC unit, we're supposed to have it stuff covered with a parapet wall, then something's sticking out there like a sore thumb.
And Mr. Franklin, the definition for building height has a parentheses. It says height for buildings and structures, and then it has parentheses excluding chimneys, unoccupied steeples, spires, flagpoles, cupolas, and roof venting pipes. Whether there includes anything else, but that's a further clarification to the definition, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Bo.
Ms. Foster.
I just have a question for Mr. Franklin. Fred, are you saying that you're reading 48 feet on the south front elevation, or I'm seeing 45 on mine for the...
Jean Marie, you're correct. I apologize.
Okay.
My eyesight is not as good as Mike claimed. But still, looking at that, I'm not sure that looking
Sure.
at the scale is not above 3 more feet.
Sure, thanks.
Dr. Sadler?
The question I had for Stacy is whether anything that was presented in the denial as rationale for denial would change her recommendation.
It did not. I don't totally agree with most of what was presented as denial. I think some of the things aren't applicable to this particular case or to this particular property. So no, my recommendation does not change.
So I think that at least from my perspective, at some point, and Mayor, I'm not sure how you intend to handle this, excuse me, it would be appropriate to go line and verse through the rationale for denial so that we can inform ourselves as to whether or not the reasons given are relevant or if they're simply distractions.
I think that's an appropriate question, Dr. Sadler. I know, Stacy, you kind of skimmed over what your interpretation of the denial objections were, that maybe this is the appropriate time to go back and take a look at those individually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to put the PowerPoint back up or just?
Yeah, go ahead and put the PowerPoint back up, and that way we can follow you as you discuss them.
And Mayor, if we have questions, would you like for us to hold our questions or to attach or to go ahead and ask per, as we see them come up?
Yeah, I think this is the time to ask questions. We'll hold our discussion of
Okay,
the project until later, but if we have questions, this is the time.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this up here. Okay, so going through, okay, the first thing where conflicting ordinances occurs, the more restrictive requirements should prevail. That comes from UDO Chapter B, Article 1-7.1 and 7.2. I had questions about this whenever I first started doing this, and doing some research and some questions of our town attorney. There is quite a few case laws that go against this very thing. In North Carolina, there are case laws in Supreme Court that would actually guide us to go with the more free use of the property and the more lenient of the requirements. There's, 2 to 3 different case laws that support that, that would completely go against the more restrictive requirements should prevail and should tell us that the more lenient of those should prevail simply because of the free use of property and common law rights. So moving on.
Stacy, real quick,
Uh-huh.
and I know we're going to get bogged down on this, so everybody, if you haven't had your dinner, go ahead and order pizza out because I think we'll be a while in council discussion. When we say in conflicting orders, the more restrictive requirements, what, in your opinion, would be the difference between more restrictive requirements? What do we use to gauge that?
Well, for example, in the downtown overlay standard, the maximum height is 48 feet. Well, if you take it out of the downtown area, the maximum height is 60 feet. So we are choosing to apply the 48 feet requirement. It is the most restrictive, but if it came to splitting hairs and case law, then technically we should allow a 60-foot building and not a 48-foot building because that would be the least restrictive of the 2 requirements. Same thing with whenever, and we'll get down to this a little bit further, but there is a section of the ordinance that requires a 40-foot buffer between a commercial use and a residential use. Well, specifically in the downtown overlay standards, it states the minimum building setback is 0 feet. It does not mention anything about being beside residential, being beside any other zoning district or any other use. It specifically says the minimum building setback is 0 feet. There is no setback in the downtown area, in the downtown overlay area. So those are just 2 examples of where there's conflictions in our ordinance with, in one section it says one thing, in another section it says another thing.
So I'll go back to the first point here. So the restriction would be the building height, not the stories.
Well, I mean, that was just using that as an example. Because in the downtown overlay standard, the restriction is 2.5 stories. But in no other area do we restrict the amount of stories, only in the downtown area.
So should we interpret 2.5 stories as the more restrictive? Can I see your hands up?
Yes, that would be more restrictive.
Yeah,
Okay.
the reason that my hand is up is because of something that I think I heard Stacy say earlier, and that I think that it would be worthwhile for the attorney to comment on, and that is that there is case law. When the council changed the charter regarding the number of terms, it was based on existing case law, although the council wanted in the charter to say that you could only have 4 terms, case law said, no, you can't do that. or you're likely not to be able to do that. So it removed that restriction. And what I think I just heard her say is there's case law, an analogous situation would be there's case law that says that if you have these two requirements within your ordinance, that you have to go with the one that is most favorable to the petitioner. Is that accurate, Bo?
Well, the case law talks about situations where there is some question as to the meaning of or interpretation of an ordinance. And if there's a question as to the meaning of an ordinance, and this in particular tonight, there may be a question as to the meaning of 2.5 stories with the 48-foot maximum. If there's a question there, then in that event, you take the interpretation that is most favorable to the landowner in order to preserve free right of use of property. Stacy was a little bit not completely accurate. We do require them the more restrictive requirements and not the most lenient requirements. But you know, what that is in a particular situation is not always really clear. For example, is a 0-foot setback more restrictive, or is a 40-foot setback more restrictive? That's not clear from the language as to which one you would mean is more restrictive or which one's more lenient necessarily. And since that is not absolutely clear, you go with the more lenient interpretation, whichever one that may be. So that's what that is really about. While we're at it, for those who are following carefully with the UDO, that the reference there that Mr. Hamby and others used to Article 1-7.1, I think that's actually Article 2. It's 2-7.1 if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
In the ordinance, but it does say what the planning board member said it says.
So are you saying then that the standard that should be applied here is the 2.5-story standard?
I am not making that interpretation, Mr. Sadler, Dr. Sadler. I'm gonna have to allow your planner and the council to make that interpretation. I'll simply say I'll state what the rule is. And that if the council were to find that there is some internal inconsistency in that language, then you would use the least restrictive of the two, but possible interpretations.
Yeah, it seems inconsistent on its face because we have a 3-story building downtown right now.
So this does not preclude if a redesign were to occur of this building, it could be 2.5 stories, 48 feet.
I think that if under the interpretation of the ordinance, certainly all other things being equal and being in compliance, if you had a 2.5-story, 48-foot requirement, I think it would be very difficult to challenge that as being non-compliant with the ordinance. Similarly, if you had a 1-story, 48-foot tall building, I think that you would have a hard time arguing that it would not be in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Comment, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, as I read all these UDO requirements, et cetera, all I have to read is where it says where conflicting ordinance occurs. I wasn't privy to what existing case law says. That can just really complicate trying to see what it is that the UDO says without all the advice of what that may mean or not mean. I find that very frustrating.
Any other questions for Stacy or Bo on this first point? Okay, Stacy, roll on.
Okay. The next one is talking about building height in the downtown core area. Chapter B, Article 2-1.6, H4II, building height. And what I'm going to try to do is go specifically to those areas. So if you'll just bear with me to kind of let you know exactly what they say. Okay, so that specifically states the maximum building height for buildings and structures, excluding chimneys, unoccupied steeples, spires, flagpoles, cupolas, and roof venting pipes, shall be 2 1/2 stories with a maximum of 48 feet. Again, my interpretation of this is that, as Dr. Sadler mentioned, the precedent has already been set in the downtown area that the 48-foot height requirement is what has been lended to, not the 2 1/2 story requirement, simply because we have a building that's constructed downtown currently that is over 2 1/2 stories. We also had a building that was approved for construction in years past that on this very property that was over that 2 1/2 story requirement. And so my interpretation was that if the town has set the precedent in order for us to build and allow buildings that are greater than that 2 1/2 stories, then, you know, the 48 feet, that they didn't want something over the 48 feet. The 48 feet is what we would go with. Like I said, because there's already buildings in the downtown core area that are non-compliant with that very provision.
Stacy and or Bo, we have, the UDO does make a differentiation between the downtown core area and the downtown gateway area. And as you just read, in the downtown core area, it says 2 1/2 stories. In the downtown gateway area, it says 3 to 4 stories, both with the same maximum height. Can you help me through the understanding of, if there was not a regard for story, and forget about precedent here, and I understand what you said about precedent. If there was not a regard for number of stories, why would we have 3 to 4 stories in the gateway and or 2 1/2 stories in the core? Bo, either one of you feel free to chime in on this one for me.
I guess I would just say that when it was drafted, that was clear, must have been the case, that the differentiation needed to have, what was intended to have taken place. But in interpretation, as the town has considered projects coming before it, it has, at least on one or more occasions, elected to proceed solely with 48-foot requirements. So I think that as drafted, what you have said is correct, Mayor. As practiced by the town through its planning board, prior planning boards and town councils, it is dealt with the 48-foot requirement.
Stacey, do we have any buildings in this downtown core area currently that from the front facing of the building that are 3 stories or above? I know that we've talked about the town hall, including kind of below grade and things of that nature, but do we have any that when you're facing the building orientation, when you're facing it and it's facing the roadway, are there any that are 3 or above in the town currently in that downtown core area?
I would say the closest one is the one that's on the corner of Shallowford and Arrowleaf, the dentist doctor office. To me, it looks like 3 stories. I've never actually been in that building. I've been told it's only 2 1/2 stories, but there's 3 levels of windows. So I'm not sure specifically on that building, but I would say that's probably the one that would be the closest.
Okay, because ordinance does speak to building orientation and main entrance and things like that, and it does talk, and I didn't know if that was maybe where some of this 2 1/2 story precedents came from when you're looking facing onto a building.
See, that's where I initially, because of the ordinance does talk about that, when I initially was looking at the building height, you know, the first set of elevations, it was 48 feet. But then when you go to definition and you are calculating the way the ordinance requires us to calculate building height, we have to take all 4 sides into consideration. And then you go further with with what do you consider a lowest floor elevation? Well, if it's habitable, then it's considered a floor or considered a story, or I mean, we don't have a definition for story or floor specifically, the only definition we have is what is to be considered the lowest floor elevation. So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Foster.
Mr. Mayor, so I want to be clear and respectful of the process. So you said you would rather at this point in time go through each of the points per Dr. Sadler's suggestion as well. And we will ask questions and then hold discussion until the end. Is that
I think
correct?
that would also occur after the public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, move on, Stacy. Thank you.
So then the next one, the project does not preserve, enhance, or complement the small town character of Louisville as cited in the 2015 Comprehensive Plan Update Community Character Vision. We'll attack that one first. So when I look at the comprehensive plan, I know that it states that we are looking at the requirements for site plan compliance. I guess the concern that I have with that is that in the comprehensive plan, when it talks about a vision for the town, it's talking a lot about uses, specifically the community character section and the vision. It speaks to continuing to maintain its pastoral small town feeling throughout the 21st century. And then it goes into recommended actions. So when I think of a pastoral feeling, it's a historic feeling. Recommended actions include, and I'm just kind of, I'm not going to reading word for word here, but historic properties, historic landmarks adapted for use of historic properties, plaquing program of historic properties, support of downtown design standards, gateway signs, public art, landscaping in apartment complexes, etc. It doesn't necessarily specifically say anything in regards to what technically a site plan should comply with or should not comply with. Moving on to the land use portion and the vision, it does talk in the downtown area about having multifamily, about having higher density residential in that area, in the downtown area, simply because our vision, as it states in the comprehensive plan, is to be a pedestrian friendly walkable community. A lot of the way that you achieve that is through multifamily. Well, again, this property was already rezoned for multifamily for that use to be specifically allowed back in 2000. So I guess, in order for us to kind of look at the comprehensive plan and the community character and the vision, we can look at, what does the building look like? What does the building portray? That sort of thing. But like I said, I don't necessarily know that it's giving us specific landscaping requirements or specific parking requirements or anything like that. It's giving us goals to reach. That's what a comprehensive plan does. It's giving us goals and giving us future outlook of how we want a particular space to develop. So when we look at how this space should develop, it's already been approved for multifamily combined use, and that took place in 2000. So I kind of lost my train of thought. So I mean, I guess that's what I see as vision. I know some of the planning board members talked about the preferred land use plan. Well, this property does not say that the preferred land use is pedestrian business or commercial. It says residential, but the use is already there. We can't go back on that. The property was rezoned, approved by the town in 2000 for that particular use. So in my interpretation, the vision of the town at that time was for a multifamily development to be there because that is what was going to be allowed at that time. So, I mean, moving on to UDO Chapter B, Article 2-1.6 H2C. 1 second.
That's the downtown
Downtown.
overlay under statement of applicability, purpose, and intent.
Okay, so that specifically states the standards will encourage new buildings, retain the values of surrounding properties, protect the town's unique character, and promote good urban design. If we're looking at urban design, I think this building does meet the intent of that very statement. It is a new building. We're encouraging new buildings. As far as retaining values of surrounding properties, I'm not an appraiser, so I can't necessarily testify that it is going to lower the properties of the surrounding areas. But as far as protecting the town's unique character, I look at this building and I look at the facade of the building. I think it is similar to the way that the town hall looks. I think it's similar to the way other buildings look. So moving to H3E, that's also in the downtown overlay standards. This is a long one. The town may, in its discretion, consider site plans varying from setbacks and other dimensional requirements of the UDO and the development standards set forth in downtown overlay section 4. Oh, and I'm reading C. 3E. Oh, okay, sorry. These boards will evaluate the design of new structures in terms of the degree to which they contribute to the well-being of the downtown while preserving and enhancing the village character, integrity, and attractiveness of the central Louisville as identified in Louisville Comprehensive Plan. The major objectives shall be to promote sense of human scale, to encourage architecture which is compatible but not necessarily conforming, to create architectural transition, to provide an open environment, and to develop tree-lined streets in downtown areas. New development shall be appropriate to the site, taking into account the safety, convenience, and amenity of the surrounding area. New development shall be evaluated in relation to the development standards of the downtown overlay section 4. And section 4 is where it goes into the architectural character standards, facade, and all that sort of thing. So I think one of the major things that the planning board had an issue with was promote the sense of human scale. I think my interpretation of human scale is a little bit different than theirs. When I look at human scale, I think about what I can see around me. I'm not necessarily looking up at a building. The purpose, if you look in our downtown design guidelines that were approved in 2014, it talks a little bit about human scale and a pedestrian-friendly environment, wanting to be inviting. It talks about having separation between the first floor and floors above that. To me, when I think of human scale, I look at what I'm standing in front of me, how it's inviting. The downtown design guidelines talks about having windows. Our downtown overlay standards require covered porches or walkways to simply be inviting to the human and to be inviting to the pedestrian, because again, our vision is that walkability and that sense of being in downtown. That is the feel that I get of what Louisville's vision and what Louisville wants. So then also, let's see. New development shall be appropriate to the site, taking into account the safety, convenience, and amenity of the surrounding area. To me, this somewhat speaks more to the uses of the property rather than the technical site compliance. The multifamily use, again, is already established. Whenever it was originally approved for the combined use multifamily, I would think that safety and convenience was taken into consideration at that time. And then also the restaurant is an amenity to the town and to the surrounding area. I feel that the building is pleasing and the multifamily aspect of it is convenient for a walkable, pedestrian-friendly downtown area in Louisville. And then the last one is UDO Chapter B, Article 2, H4 Architectural Standards. that has a lot of different things. It has building scale, building materials, roofs, facades, and all that sort of thing. I think probably what they were most talking about, specifically in that section, is building scale. All new building facades in terms of composition, bulk, scale, proportion, orientation, massing, transparency, articulation, color, and major divisions of rhythms in the facade shall be of character that supports and enhances a pedestrian-friendly environment and, excuse me, complements the historic small-town unique character of Louisville. And it says the human scales, the legibility of elements by people when close to the building shall be emphasized. It's not talking about human scale of how you feel if you're standing across the road. It's how do you feel when you're up close to the building. And again, when I think of human scale and looking at the other buildings that are in the downtown overlay, then I look at, you know, buildings that are brought up to the front. You know, that is one of the requirements. Building that has a maximum build to line. That is another requirement of our downtown overlay. Again, creating that scale and that sense of place of how do you feel when you're close to the building, and how that front facade looks to give you that walkable, pedestrian-friendly, inviting feel. Okay. So the project's mass, bulk, proportions, and scale is incompatible, inconsiderate, inappropriate, and insensitive to the area and surrounding properties, violating the following cited ordinances and standards. So in the comprehensive plan update, land use commercial districts, it doesn't specifically, it talks about increasing the intensity of development within the downtown, recommends a mix of office, retail, and residential uses to be established. Again, when I look at the comprehensive plan, a lot of what you're looking at is the uses, and the uses have already been established. Louisville's desire for an attractive downtown led to the adoption of additional regulations for governing new development. That is specifically what we're going through tonight, is the additional requirements that are required in the downtown overlay in the downtown core area. So, and then when we talk about the land use and vision, that is something that we have already talked about in the last slide. The 2014 Downtown Design Guidelines, 1.4 building massing and scale, page 14. I didn't necessarily pay too much to this because the 2014 Downtown Design Guidelines is just a recommendation. It was accepted, it was not adopted. So it's not, and Bo, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not one of those documents that you mentioned earlier, because it's not a specific regulation, it's just a recommendation.
I mentioned it and indicated that it was only been accepted but not adopted.
Okay. UDO Chapter B, Article 2, 2-1.6H3E. That is what I read earlier. That was also indicated in the last reasoning. UDO Chapter B, Article 2, H4 Architectural Character Standards, and 4A Architectural Character. That is the building scale that we talked about just earlier in the previous slide. So most of these reasonings are duplicative of the reasonings that were given here. Okay. So the project is inappropriate to the site with general disregard for the surrounding areas as cited in, again, the 2015 Comprehensive Plan Update, Appendix Maps, Map 9, Preferred Land Use. This particular, I mentioned this earlier, this particular area in the preferred land use does not specifically say that the preferred land use is commercial, but again, it's already been rezoned. Those uses are already there. Those uses have already been approved. The preferred land use to the property adjacent on the western side of the property, this would be the property at the corner of the Great Wagon Road and North Street. It is in, it is considered in the downtown overlay, but it is also in the preferred land use as commercial. So if that were to ever be developed, then the preferred land use for that particular property is commercial as well. Downtown design guidelines map focus area number 3. Again, this is just a recommendation. It is not it wasn't adopted. And my concern a little bit for this was that when the downtown design guidelines were adopted in 2014, it did not take this property into consideration, considering that the town council by ordinance in 1999 did include this property and the other properties surrounding it in the downtown overlay by ordinance. It was adopted and approved by the council at that time, that those properties are included in the downtown. So I wasn't here in 2014 when those downtown design guidelines were accepted, but I haven't dug enough or found out enough as to why those particular properties were not included in the downtown design guidelines, simply because they are included by ordinance in the downtown overlay. So I haven't quite figured that part out yet.
So Stacy, you're saying real quickly, you're saying that in the design guidelines in 2014, this property and the property to the north of it were not included in the preferred land use.
No, they were not.
So would that mean that the downtown design guidelines were not applicable to these two properties? I realize that it was a guideline. It wasn't approved, but would that still mean that these guidelines would probably be guides for all of the properties except these two because they weren't included?
I think that you could argue that. Again, I still can't put my finger on why they weren't included. I would think that they would have been needed to be included simply because the town considered them as part of the downtown, but they were not considered in the downtown design guidelines. So Chapter B, Article 2, that H3E general regulations, that again is another duplication of the previous 2 slides that we have already talked about. Okay, so the project's use of off-site parking fails to have ingress or egress or off-site parking originate through the multifamily as cited in Chapter B, Article 3-4A3A off-site parking. Let me get to my notes on that. Okay, so we know that our ordinance does allow parking to take place on the adjoining lot or the lot to the rear for a multifamily use. It is abutting for greater than the required frontage of, I think it says 25 feet. So it does meet that requirement to be allowed to be used as a lot for parking for this particular development. It also talks about in the downtown overlay standards and in other areas of the ordinance that the town may, in its discretion, consider site plans varying from setbacks and other dimensional requirements of the UDO standards and other standards, set forth in the downtown overlay section 4, where the lot size, configuration, topography, nature, and configuration of adjoining lots and improvements, parking availability, so forth and so on. So the way that I interpret this is the layout of the property, in my opinion, does not really give way for the drive to go through the multifamily site. It is just one building, and I think this is another one of those things that we talked about earlier as far as, trying to make that determination of, well, if the downtown overlay wants buildings to be pulled up to the front and wants buildings to maximize the frontage of the lot, then how are you supposed to get a drive through there? Some may argue that the ingress and egress does go through the multifamily site because it is connected to that off-site parking area. So one of the other reasons why I thought it was best for the parking to be accessed off of North Street simply is because I don't believe that we need an abundance of driveway cuts off the Great Wagon Road. This is one of the things that the council can make determinations on. I don't feel that we need, like I said, additional curb cuts off of the Great Wagon Road. The length of that block is not very long. And so another thing is to think about the impervious surface coverage of the downtown overlay. A lot of our parking standards, not downtown overlay, but of the downtown area, a lot of our parking standards are wanting parking in the rear. They're wanting shared parking. They're wanting reductions in parking to use other lots that you can share or on-street parking. Our ordinance encourages that. A big reason for that is for the reduction of impervious surface. So I feel like that could be argued either way as far as ingress or through that site. It specifically allows that lot to be used for parking. So let's see. Okay, the project's placement of dumpsters on a secondary lot utilized for off-site parking use violates the ordinance cited below. One thing, let me get to that particular, okay. This is the part of my ordinance that is missing pages. So let me go to my online version. Okay, so specifically what this says, it talks about, let me get to that section. Whenever we see Chapter B, Article 3.4B, that specifically states other off-site parking for all uses except multifamily or institutional uses. So the way I interpret the ordinance, that when we're talking about, and I'll get to the dumpster portion of this, but I don't interpret the ordinance as this B section for other off-site parking to be applicable to this site, because the parking to be able to be utilized has to be parking for multifamily. That in itself is the only way that we can allow those spaces to be used on an off-site lot. That is clear in the section right above that, when it has to be for multifamily and it has to abut. So in section B, it's specifically talking about uses other than multifamily. There are spaces that are interior to the parking deck that will be for the restaurant. There are spaces on street parking that is allowed that will be for restaurant. So when this is used for multifamily, I don't interpret this section to be applicable to this particular site. So it goes on to say, in this chapter B, what the planning board is talking about is the dumpsters. And I want to say, okay, that B7, let me get to that, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll read for you particularly 3.3-4B7. Excuse me, it says other uses where parking is established on a secondary lot or lots owned, and keep in mind again, this is for all uses except multifamily or institutional. It says where parking is established on a secondary lot or lots owned by the owner of the lot in which the principal use is located, the secondary lot or lots may not be used for any purpose other than parking required for the principal use, unless there is sufficient room for shared parking, any use which may be placed on the secondary lot or lots, and any parking required for the use placed on the secondary lot or lots. And I think this is where they're getting where you can't have a dumpster or you can't have a stormwater pond or something like that on this particular lot. Stormwater ponds, first and foremost, are allowed in any zoning district for any use. They can even be allowed in buffer yards. So that is not applicable to this. A stormwater pond has to be required. It is part of our ordinance, and so it is allowed on that lot. When we talk about a dumpster, again, my interpretation of this parking can only be used for the principal use. Well, the principal use, if we say this does apply, the principal use is multifamily. So therefore, the dumpster being there for multifamily, that I guess what I'm trying to say is, to me, this section, this B, other off-site parking is not applicable because the principal use is multifamily. The only way that it's allowed to be parking there to begin with is multifamily. So then it talks about, this is where, okay, Chapter B, Article 3-3.3F2. That is speaking to drive-through facility stacking lanes, which obviously is not applicable because there is no drive-through proposed in this particular site. So I think this might be a little bit of a typo. I want to say the correct section that they're looking for is Chapter B, Article 3, Section 3.3, and that is F2, and I believe that is where it talks about the dumpster. So what it says is all required parking areas shall be used exclusively for the parking of vehicles. Parking areas shall not be used for the storage of merchandise, location of dumpsters, or for the storage or repair of vehicles or equipment. Parking areas shall not be used for the sale of merchandise except on a temporary basis for special events. The way that I interpret this section of the ordinance is when you look at a parking area, to me that refers to a parking space. When we look through the off-street parking and stacking section of the ordinance, a specific number of spaces is calculated. The reason that the ordinance prohibits using those parking areas for a dumpster, for storing of a car or an automobile that you're working on, or retail space. Say, for instance, you put out, it's a retail establishment, and they're going to put out, something and take up one of those spaces, one of those parking areas for part of their retail for their clientele. To me, that is what it's talking about. It's not saying that a dumpster can't be on the secondary lot. It's saying that a dumpster can't take up a spot in a parking area on that secondary lot. There are numerous, if you just look downtown, there are numerous areas. Every commercial establishment has a dumpster, but this right here, this operation is not talking specifically about the secondary lot. It's talking exclusively about parking areas across the board. That when you have a parking area, say for instance, you are required to have 15 spaces. Well, you can't take up one of those spaces by a dumpster. You can't take up one of those spaces by retail. You can't take up one of those spaces by storage of merchandise or a car that's being worked on or something like that, because that would only leave you with 14 spaces, and then you would be non-compliant. In this particular case, for this proposal, the dumpster is not in one of those parking areas. It's on the secondary lot, but it is not taking up space in the parking area. The parking area is calculated based on those number of spaces that are used. Is that clear? I know it's kind of a lot to say, a lot of words there.
Dr. Satter, you wanted to jump in here, I think.
Yeah, I had a question actually on the previous statement. I'll comment on this one also, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know you said a lot about this, but it seems a defining principle here is the fact that the reference that's being made that would prohibit it, the dumpster, would be that it's something other than what this site is being proposed for. The site's multifamily and that use is permitted in multifamily. Is that what I understood you to say?
That in itself is why I think 3-3.4B is not necessarily applicable, because that's talking about uses other than multifamily. And the parking lot to the rear is the use that it's going to be used for is multifamily. So A is what applies and not B.
Yeah.
And then going further, if you look 3-3.3F is under general requirements. It is not specifically under off-site parking or secondary lot parking. It is just general across the board. So that provision applies to a dumpster can't be placed in a parking space, whether it is on a secondary lot or on the primary lot. Does that make sense, Dr. Sadler?
It does. I mean, essentially what you just said is that it's not relevant. So the item before this on ingress and egress from the property, this thing, if I'm reading it correctly, it says ingress or egress.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's or, then egress means when you're leaving somewhere.
Correct.
You couldn't possibly leave the development, without going through it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even sure why this has been cited.
Dr. Sadler, could you please rephrase that in the form of a question?
Oh, well, the question is, am I correct in my interpretation of this statement? The statement says ingress or egress for off-site parking must originate through the multifamily site. My question is, then does egress satisfy the requirement?
I would think so. And two, once you add on top of that, what I mentioned about impervious surface, what I mentioned about lack of driveway cuts along Shallowford Road and the Great Wagon Road, and that not being encouraged, I would think that if there was a drive that was from the Great Wagon Road extending through the site and going out North Street, I think that in itself would be non-compliant with other provisions of the ordinance.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be practical, but the thing that I'm really trying to understand for myself and make sure that I'm clear about is that the off-site parking lot is contiguous by connection to the building, to the structure. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so therefore, there's no way you can leave the structure, the underground parking, without going through the site. And that's an egress. That's I'm just trying to make sure that that's an accurate statement.
I would agree with that statement. Okay, so lastly, the downtown overlay provides additional requirements to the underlying planning PB zoning. It does not replace them. This kind of goes back to what we talked earlier about, what prevails, the most restrictive or the least restrictive. There was not a particular ordinance requirement or specific mention of a chapter or article for this particular notation. So moving on, with that in mind, the project fails to meet the underlying PB zoning district requirements. 40-foot setback along residential property, UDO Chapter B, Article 2, 2-1.3 F21. In Chapter B, Article 2, in the downtown core area, it states that a broad array of uses is expected in a pattern which integrates shops, restaurants, services, workplaces, civic, educational, and religious facilities, single-family housing, higher density housing, and a compact, pedestrian-oriented environment. The following shall apply. And it does go through some other things, but specifically it says, it talks about, and this is for the downtown core area. It talks about facades that face the street or sidewalk to provide windows or other architectural features as to not create a blank facade. Internal or external lighting oriented so not to generate glare on sidewalks or streets. Okay, it talks about the use of cornice, canopies, balconies, and arcades to delineate between the ground level and upper levels. I think we can all conclude that there's canopies, there are balconies on the different levels. Medium-sized building to be broken into smaller scale components at the ground level. And then it goes on, the minimum side yard building setback, 0 feet. That is for the downtown core area. This property and the properties adjacent on Belknap are considered to be in the downtown overlay currently at this current point in time. And so that's another one of those things that completely contradicts itself in the ordinance. For most of the properties downtown, specifically in the downtown core area, the lots are very narrow and they extend, they're long, they're narrow and long. And so if you apply a 40-foot setback on both sides of this property, it essentially would deem the property unbuildable. And most of the other properties downtown unbuildable. Even though the downtown design guidelines are accepted, not adopted, if we look at that for other things, then looking at this for this particular section of the UDO for recommendation, that document clearly states that it wants buildings to be brought up in the downtown area, in the downtown overlay, in the downtown core. It wants to be buildings brought right up to the street frontage with no intervening parking. Wants to be right up to the sidewalk to be pedestrian friendly and inviting and walkable. And it wants the buildings to extend from one side of the property line to the other. That is why the downtown overlay clearly states the minimum side yard building setback is 0 feet. And it does not give anything in addition to that as far as, well, but if it's along residential, then we want it to be this certain amount. And then type 1 buffer yard adjacent to residentially zoned property. UDO chapter B, article 2-1.3 F3AI. So again, if you look at for the same reasons above for the 40-foot setback, if you have a building like the downtown overlay encourages to span the entire width of the property, there's no room for an adjacent buffer yard or a type 1 buffer yard. However, if you go further, this particular article that the planning board has mentioned, it defines, okay, in chapter B, article 3, section 3-5.23, this is in the landscaping standards of our ordinance. It defines a type 1 landscape buffer yard as a low density screening to partially block visual contact and create spatial separation between adjacent uses. And there is a table that gives design options. It does not give design requirements for those type 1 buffer yards. In my opinion, the buffer yard that, or the buffer that the applicant has placed on his site plan actually requested in order for a low density separation to be established there. So landscaping on either side of the building has been accommodated for. I do believe it's adequate. It creates a low density spatial separation between the uses of multifamily and the single family. But then if you go even further, there is a table in the ordinance that if you look specifically at the site plan, where the multifamily portion of the building is, that is the portion that abuts, if we go to our buffer yard standards, that is the portion that abuts residentially zoned property. where the restaurant is associated or positioned on the site plan, that is to the front. It actually is not right next to a residentially zoned lot. It is next to the terminus of Belknap, and then a zoned lot where the Wagon Museum is, that is already zoned PBS. So technically, that zoning is the same, and landscaping is not required where the restaurant is. But if you go to a table, chapter B, Article 3, Section 3-5, in table B 3.13, it states that what you're looking for is you go to the zoning type of project. Well, this use of this project is multifamily residential for the portion that abuts residentially zoned property. So if you look at multifamily residential, single family residential, if it's adjacent to multifamily residential, then a buffer is not required. Even though a buffer has been placed there, that low density buffer is there and is meant to create that low density separation between the uses. If we turn back to the downtown overlay, the only mention of landscaping that's required in our downtown overlay standards is in the front facade. It does not require any landscaping along the side of the properties. Here again, mainly because what we have established in our downtown overlays, we want the buildings to span the entire width of the property because there is no minimum setback.
Ms. Hunt?
Yes, Stacey, I have a question in regards to, since you brought up landscaping, can you confirm if we did receive the landscaping planning documents did we receive landscaping plans from the petitioner?
It is not a separate plan. The landscaping is shown on the site plan, and that has been acceptable in the past. It's not been a separate landscaping plan.
Thank you.
So these were Joseph Hamby's reasons for denial. Jessica Higgins and Bill Scantlin agreed with those reasons. That was their stated reason for denial. And again, board member Joseph Sloop recommended denial due to the building being greater than 2.5 stories, and board member Mike Sullivan recommended denial due to the 2.5 stories and the side setbacks not being 40 foot.
Very good. Any questions for Stacey at this point? Folks, what I suggest right now is, I'm sorry, Ms. Hunt, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one more question. Stacey, what is the
Yes, ma'am.
width of the building?
I have to get my scale out. I had that, and I don't know that I have it off the top of my head. Let me see. Okay, it doesn't specifically say on the elevation on the. I can get that for you. I thought it said it somewhere, but I'll get that for you.
I'd like it from North Street and then from Great Wagon Road, if you can give me both angles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question?
Ms. Foster?
Thank you. Stacey, I have a question for you about the site plan. Forgive my back and forth. I'm looking at my site plan because I've got it posted behind me.
Well, Stacey is too, so give her a second to get back to her desk.
I
There we
am.
go.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
The stormwater management that is shown, the actual device location, indicates that it is not sized. The technical review committee addresses this and makes reference in terms of erosion control needs, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Can you speak to why that can't be provided at this time? We've got the topo, understanding where the water is coming and where the water is going, and how that is going to be sized becomes important. Is there a reason we can't have that at this point in time, ordinance wise or otherwise?
Whenever a stormwater management permit is not required, and Ryan can help me with this, but is not required at the time of a request, either for rezoning, for site plan compliance, for special use permit. We do know that this will be high density, and so a stormwater device will be required. But we do not require it at this point simply because there's essentially no reason for monies to be spent for engineers to be involved if a use is not even approved. So what we get into is we know they do a lot of preliminary engineering to kind of understand where the best placement is going to be for that. But that's why it's not specifically sized. It becomes sized after the use is approved, and then they go to their engineers for their erosion control permits, for their stormwater permits, and that's when they come up with an engineered plan for that to be actually sized.
I hear that. I would like to have that information, but you're saying our ordinance does not require that.
No, ma'am, it does not. Our ordinance does require that a permit is obtained, that they have to go through the town, but it does not require at this level that that information has to be privy. Like I said, we do know they do preliminary engineering enough to know where it's going to go, to know if it's high density or low density, usually to even determine if a stormwater device is going to be required. But they do not have to go as far to know exactly the engineered specs on that device.
But we know what the impervious calculations are. We've got the square footage. So it could be easily determined, but what you're saying is it's not required. So asked and answered. Okay.
Dr. Sadler.
Yeah, I've got a question regarding conditions. The planning board, in making their recommendation for denial, did not consider or recommend any conditions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, maybe this is the appropriate time for you to, in response to Dr. Sadler, for you to go through what conditions we could apply to this.
And I did read those out earlier. If we get to that stage and you want to, but we can do that certainly. To my mind, I mean, there are a number of them. I guess I can read them all. Let's see, public right-of-way dedication to meet projected needs for the transportation plan. I don't think is applicable, but that'll be your call. Road or sidewalk improvements as recommended by the town of Louisville and North Carolina Department of Transportation. When we see those references, those are for the technical review committee. So you'll see a technical, TRC would say, you need to do these road or sidewalk improvements. Access control, including the location, number, and dimensions of driveways, and combining driveways with and providing connections to adjacent properties as recommended by planning staff or other appropriate agencies. Reorientation of parking areas or building access to ensure on-site traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Dedication or granting of easements for greenways identified on the adopted greenway plan. We don't have an adopted greenway plan. Screening and location of dumpsters, loading areas, on-site utilities, or other visually obtrusive features as determined by the planning board or elected body. Space for public transit vehicle maneuvering and or public transit shelter if determined necessary by the Winston-Salem Transit Authority, which I don't think we've heard anything from. Stormwater management plans as recommended by planning staff and appropriate agencies. That is typically, by the way, a condition that follows all of these site plans, and Stacey can confirm that, but whenever you do an approval, one of the conditions that'll be on there is that an appropriate stormwater management plan be installed and building permits, not building permits, but certainly COs wouldn't be issued until such time as that's obtained. Location and screening of improvements or activities which may generate substantial noise. I don't know that that's an issue. Hasn't been any evidence about that. Compliance with recommendations of the town of Louisville, state of North Carolina, or other governmental departments reviewing the projects. Again, that's a reference to TRC recommendations that have to be met. And I think there are already conditions that any and all TRC recommendations be remedied, and Stacy can confirm that. And then finally, compliance with all applicable conditions previously approved for the property in question. So those are the conditions that you could require. Yes, sir. Dr. Sadler?
I just want to make sure that this not specific in relationship to conditions, but in relationship to stories. I want to make sure that I'm clear about what was said about stories earlier on. There is no definition of what a story is. Is that correct?
There's not one in the UDO.
No.
Okay, so it references 2.5 stories. And so is the way that someone determines what a story is an aesthetic consideration or some other consideration?
Leave that to your planner.
Okay. Typically, whenever we do not have a definition in our ordinance, we would go to, how did you phrase it?
It's common definition.
The common definition. So you would go to like Webster's dictionary, for instance.
Right.
So we go to Merriam-Webster's and the definition of a story, other than an account of an event. When we talk particularly about it being a noun, it's the space in a building between two adjacent floor levels or between a floor and the roof. The set of rooms in such a space, a unit of measure equal to the height of a story of a building, or a horizontal division of a building's exterior, not necessarily corresponding exactly with the stories within.
Okay, so
that we would revert to.
So in theory, I guess, based on what I just heard, you could have a 2.5 story building. Two stories could be 14 feet tall each. And the half story, because there's no definition specifically as to what a half story would be, could be 20 feet tall and meet the requirement of the ordinance. Is that an accurate way of looking at this?
I think that could be argued, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for Stacy? Ms. Hunt?
This question is it may be for Bo or Stacy, I'm not sure. I've heard a lot this evening about it's been done before and precedents. How does that apply when it comes to case law and referencing back to that? I mean, can you inform me on kind of how I should be considering that when it comes to things that have already been done? Because the way I've been viewing it is this property as it sits with this particular UDO, not knowing a lot about what's been done before.
Right.
So
Well,
can you inform me about what it is in case law?
Yeah, in case law, whenever we look at a particular statute, as a matter of fact, if you go pull out, and I don't encourage it, but if you want to, go look at the North Carolina general statutes, annotated, you'll find statutes, and then following those statutes, you'll find all kinds of cases, lists of cases that interpret those statutes. And what those statutes mean is what the courts say they mean, and not anything else. Of course, in a town, we don't have courts, but we have a council, and what a particular provision of the UDO means is what the council has said it means. And so the way that would be applicable to this particular situation, perhaps, is that if the council has interpreted this ordinance to rely solely upon the 48-foot requirement and not the story requirement because it has deviated from that, then that's some evidence as to what the town intended it to mean, and the town's intent for it, of what it means, has influence as a precedent, at least in situations that are reasonably the same, right? Same or similar. And I used last night when I was asked a very similar question. I said, well, if you have two subdivisions, one is all the houses are pink and the other subdivision, all the houses are blue, and otherwise they're exactly the same. And then you interpret the ordinance as to the subdivision with the pink houses, you should apply it in the same manner to the subdivision with the blue houses. So if we're looking at properties within the downtown overlay, then you're going to want to maintain consistency of your interpretation of the ordinance.
So, and this may be a follow-up question to Stacy. So in the downtown, and I'm going back to the downtown core area, is there anywhere else that it's defined, whether it's in tax parcels or public record, as it relates to stories? So, is there a property record that states that a particular building is X amount of stories, or is 2 stories and includes a basement? Is there anything that references that in any other way from a public stance that we could go back to?
I think if I'm not correct, the reason I'm only responding this is because I was looking up properties here last week, and I believe in the property descriptions on the deeds, it says so many square feet, so many stories, but again, I don't know, there's no specific size of how big a story is. It just says that based on their interpretation, it's 1 story or 2 story or 2.5 story.
Thank you.
Yeah. Question.
You're muted, Stacy.
Thank you. They may interpret it differently than the way our ordinance would interpret that. Because like they may look at like a home, for instance, that might just be 2 stories, but if it has a finished basement, according to our definition of lowest floor elevation, if it's habitable, and then it would be considered a floor. So then it would be 3, I guess you could say, as to where a tax office might just consider that still a basement. So that I think that might be their interpretation of how many floors or how many stories or however we want to define that may be different than the way our ordinance would determine that.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions for Stacy at this point, or Bo at this point?
Melissa, I'm sorry.
Dr. Sadler, go ahead.
Really quick.
I have one final question.
Okay.
Based on the rationale that was given for the denial, my question is: are these citations actually contextual, or do they conflate issues that should not even be under consideration?
Perhaps we should just best leave that as Stacy indicated what those various provisions said, and I think in one or more places she said that the cited ordinance was not relevant to the situation. I think in one of the parking things, I would hesitate to offer. I certainly won't offer my interpretation in lieu of the planner and the council's.
Okay, thanks.
I did want to go back to Melissa and answer your question about the width and length of the building. From what I can tell, and I'm not a mathematician by any means, but the front would be approximately 95 feet. And then, are you talking about the length of the building that North Street is on the western elevation?
That's correct.
Okay. 183 feet is what I came up with.
Okay, so 95 and then 180, what was it? I'm sorry.
183, that it might be 180, 185 per my calculations. So I think Jean Marie, yeah.
Ms. Foster.
2 questions. One, Bo, just to reinforce what you were saying one more time. Precedent is one thing, but applying it to like situations is an important component to consider when looking at precedent, correct?
Yes, and when I say like, the factual, in other words, pink and blue are not relevant distinctions. So there can be distinctions or differences that don't make a difference. Whether that's the case in this particular instance, I won't, won't venture that. But I'll say that when you encounter a situation that you've previously encountered and it's been treated one way in the past, it ought to be treated the same way in the present. We do this so that folks who submit petitions or who people who act a certain way, they have some certainty as to how they're going to be treated. We do that with other kinds of, we know that if you run a stop sign, that's negligence. Whether the law says it or not, it's determined to be negligence so that to govern yourself by not running stop signs. Because we know what's going to happen by virtue of the precedent that's been established when you do it. In this case, if this applies, we should treat every situation that is otherwise indistinguishable on their relevant facts the same as to how you treat this particular one. That will be for your planner and for your determination tonight.
Second question. We're talking a lot about what the staff planner has sent as a recommendation as opposed to where the planning board came down. Can you speak to the planning board's role? What it is in the charter, what it is that the council looks for from the planning board? Why do we have and need that mechanism in place?
Right, and what I have said before, and I'm not going to be able to recite necessarily the particular statutes, but we have really three levels of consideration of when we're talking about zoning types of considerations. The matter first comes to staff, and staff is probably the most attuned to the most technical of requirements. Then when we look at planning board, the planning board is a recommending board. Planning board takes very little, if any, final action on matters. I kind of see the planning board as something of a buffer. That is a way, and I happen to know that a number of council members participated in watching the planning board meeting last night, which is appropriate because it allows you to see what the thinking of people who are involved in it might be. And so the planning board is still more technical. And I'm thinking of this more in terms of rezonings, but it's probably not that as applicable in a situation where we're looking at an interpretation of an ordinance about whether there's been compliance. But you've got staff, most technical, planning board, perhaps a little bit less technical. That's why we use citizens for it. But we use them because we want to get a feel for what the feeling is going to be moving up. And then we allow the planning board to make a recommendation. And then finally, council, staff and planning board propose, the council disposes and makes the final determination.
So planning board looks at the technical provided by the staff, also as citizen representatives, takes that into consideration. That's why they're appointed by the council, and then the council takes it from there.
Yes, and it's certainly not uncommon for either and I've seen it less so in this jurisdiction, but I've seen it in other jurisdictions where a staff may recommend one thing, planning board recommend another thing, and the council make a determination that's either one or the other or the both or something completely different. So council is the legislative body. Although you're not legislating tonight, you're determining compliance.
Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, did I see your finger move?
Yes. So the planning board yesterday evening, we talked a little bit about conditions this evening that was something that we can consider. Were they considering any conditions yesterday evening, or, I mean, is that different than what?
It's not different. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
They at the beginning of the discussion or at the beginning of the case, I indicated that the matter could be recommended three ways: recommend approval, recommend denial with reasons stated, or recommend approval with conditions. When they actually got to the point where they were beginning their deliberations, We didn't get to that. They didn't talk about conditions at all. I did not read the conditions to them. They did not request that. I would have done that, but to be quite honest with you, it moved a little bit quickly towards the end from the discussion phase into the voting phase. And during the voting phase, then it's when they explained their reasons primarily for their recommendations for denial.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Dr. Sadler.
Yeah, my observations, and I just want to make sure that it's accurate over time, has been that typically people on the planning board, typically, not exclusively, but typically are not subject matter experts, and that they rely on the expertise of the planner to bring to them, to sort of guide them, help them understand how the law should be interpreted. And then we also have the counsel that's there with them to help with the legal issues that relate to matters that are brought before them. And then they make judgments. Someone said something about a feeling, they offer their feelings. I think it's appropriate for them to have some subjective input where subjective input is appropriate, but there are times when subjectivity should not enter into the decision-making process. And my impression of this is one of those times that this is primarily a process of reviewing compliance. What are the rules? What's the black letter law on this thing? And then coming to a conclusion based on what they read and what they understand about the law, having received input from the planner and or the attorney. So my view is that—
Doctor, will you phrase that in form of a question? Because we'll have ample time for discussion here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm getting to the question.
Okay.
So is it appropriate, is my understanding of that, is what I've just stated and a proper understanding of how the planning board works?
Let me answer, and then let Stacy also perhaps answer, because there was another statement that was approaching a question there. But I think what you stated was not an inaccurate way of describing things. The situation that you have before you tonight is at the bottom, a black and white determination of whether or not compliance has been met. But within that, and I think this is where Stacy will take over, there are some aspects of the compliance that have a subjective element to them. When she talked about massing and scale and those sorts of things, there's not a 6 on massing or scale. There's they're not objective standards there. So while they have to be met, whether or not they are met will give rise to some subjectivity. And I think that's another reason for the planning board's presence.
I would agree with that, Bo. One statement that I made last night was that I make a recommendation based on, the education that I've been through and the experience that I have. I make that recommendation as a staff recommendation to the planning board. The planning board is there to make a final recommendation, and then it goes further for the town council to make a final determination, a decision of a yes or a no. I do think in a lot of things that we stated tonight, there is a lot of black and white, as Bo mentioned. I agree that there is a lot of gray area. The comprehensive plan being one of those that can be a gray area. Me as a planner, I interpret some things one way that some of the planning board members may interpret differently. I feel like from my experience and from the research of living in this area and, being around Louisville, I don't necessarily live in Louisville, but just the things that I have been around, that I've been privy to, being on the planning board and the vision that I feel the town has, I look at things for my interpretation for the vision of the downtown area. What does that look like, and what are we looking at long term? The planning board, that is a gray area thing. That's a gray area to look at, and the planning board or even council may look at that differently and interpret differently than me as the planner does. So,
Any other questions? Very good. Well, without objection, council members, we've been going now for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Maybe this is a good opportunity to let folks get up and let the dog out and refill their beverage and maybe take those appropriate visits to rooms where they need to go to. And so without any objection, let's adjourn for 10 minutes and then be back here at exactly 8:30. Any objections?
Mike, I would ask,
Very good, thank you.
when we come back, are we ready to start the public comment sections?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's
We're
correct.
done with discussion for now, right?
Well, no, we'll have discussion later. We're done with questions.
Right. Okay. Thank you. This sort of turned into a discussion and not necessarily questions. That's the reason I was wanting to make sure we were getting ready to go to public comment.
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay.
We're
Thank you.
actually
Ms. Foster, did you have something
recessing.
you wanted to?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're actually recessing, not adjourning.
we're recessing.
Well, that's right. You're exactly right. We're recessing. Thank you. We're not adjourning. We will be back.
And we look forward to the public comment when we come back. Yes, thank you.
one butthole just recently said, who hires the town attorney and how do we get a new one? This one's a Zinger and Tom Lawson, good old boy guy. Okay. What do you want to, the one woman was complaining about how come Stacy got a vote? She shouldn't get a vote. She voted, she's on a Zinger's re-election campaign and she should refuse herself. And I finally said, I think it's basically Tom Lawson, Stacy, not vote on the thing. Finally, there's an anti-poll of that. What you see the Booker Church is where four. Yeah, that's true. But there was a vice president, I think, president. Mayor does comments. Listen, this is coming. They don't. Yeah, that's right. So people are gonna come in on Zoom and I mean, I think Zoom will call in. Which is a pretty good snack. Hey, you really want to look at it? I love you. You feel beaten up? You'll feel that? I'm glad you kept saying I'm not opinion on that. Which still pisses me off when people like, Council's on Zinger. Well, Council on Zinger's like, he's not saying anything except for they recruit building. And that's another thing Jeff just came and said, there's not been a multi-use thing, multi-family thing approved, passed.
That's why I said, is there a distinction that makes a difference?
Okay, folks, see if we have everybody back. Our screen has changed. You're all now in different places. Okay, we're waiting for Ms. Walsh and Mr. Franklin to come back. Mr. Franklin?
Sorry for taking an extra minute, boss.
That's okay. We're in good shape. Okay, everyone's back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your indulgence on that. I know that all of us are trying to stay as sharp as we can because there's a lot of information here for us to digest and think through. So that that little intermission was much appreciated. We are entering in now to the time where I've asked you to, if you're going to speak on this project, this would be the opportunity for you to speak. Stacy, would you put up our contact information again, please? There we go. Folks, again, if you would like to participate tonight in this discussion, share your comments with the council. You can do it by calling 646-558-8656. There's a webinar code that you'll need to enter when asked. That'll be 869-1622-9267. To participate, if you call in, you should hit *9, and that will indicate that you wish to participate, and we'll call on you in turn. For a number of you, we won't have your names. What we will have, and we will ask you, we'll kind of call on you in the last 4 digits of your phone number. Is that correct, Hank? We won't have everybody's name?
That's correct. Only their telephone number and if they're calling on a phone.
So if you call in, we will only have the last 4 digits of your telephone number. So we will use those to identify you. If you would like to join through Facebook or through Zoom, go to louisvillenc.net. That's our website. Click on residents, click on events calendar, click on today's date, and there's a link that will take you directly to the Zoom meeting. If you enter that way, you will have an option on your screen that says raise hand. If you wish to speak, you can raise your hand by doing that. And again, we'll call on you in the order, possibly the order that you received. We'll do our best. We do have a number of folks who have already indicated they want to speak. What I'm going to ask this evening is, please, when you are recognized, if you'll say your name and your address, that's important, and also hold your comments to 3 minutes. Okay? Council members, this was Foster.
Did you want to make any reference to reinforcing the fact that this is a review for compliance? So any reference back to the UDO and that would be most helpful, or you're just leaving it wide open?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll kind of entrust our folks calling in to stay relevant to the topic and on point with their messaging. And again, folks, as I say, we have 35 people who've indicated they want to speak. If everyone takes 3 minutes, we'll be here for another hour and a half, which is not a problem for us, but fatigue does begin to set in. So if you find that the point you're willing to make or wanting to make has already been conveyed a couple of times, you may wish to just, when called on, you may just wish to say, I agree with the points being made before, and I'm expressing my support or my opposition. And that way we can avoid a lot of repetition of the same information, and the frequency of expressing the same thought probably doesn't do us all any good. But if you have significant or important new information, even though you're dovetailing on a current thought, it would be important for you to express that as well. So with that, Hank, you want to start taking us through?
I think Stacy's got this.
Stacy, okay. Stacy, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. The first one that has indicated they want to speak is Dan and Susan Fry. I'm going to allow them to speak. Dan and or Susan, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Stacy. Dan Fry, 165 Will Austin Court in Louisville. I'm speaking against the proposed project. I previously furnished to council my arguments against the project, and for the most part, I do not intend to repeat those arguments tonight. 3 years ago, as newly settled residents of Louisville, Mayor Horn graciously invited my wife and me to sit down with him at Town Hall for a session of Louisville 101. Laid out the town's vision for the development of Louisville, which included the establishment of commercial and residential growth along the Great Wagon Road. Understanding such development is to be expected as time goes on, we're appreciative of the fact that the town fathers had established and placed into effect ordinances that control such development, particularly in the DCA. After examining the UDO, it's plain to see that the design and scale of new structures within DCA are supposed to align with the visual sense of existing small town feel. While this by nature is a subjective aspect, the design of the proposed structure is more appropriate for downtown Winston-Salem rather than along the Great Wagon Road, across from Shalford Square, and extending back in among single-family dwellings. I have no quarrel with the petitioner's plan to develop a commercial project that would be comprised of a restaurant and apartments. The zoning allows for that. I further believe that council has the obligation to allow such an establishment provided the site plan is in full compliance with the ordinances and associated regulations. In addition to the petitioner's rights, however, I feel the council obligated to consider the rights and wishes of the tax-paying homeowners who reside on the adjacent residential lots and the adverse long-term effects of the site plan, if approved, would create. These established homeowners rightfully expect town management to protect their best interests as well as those of any potential developers. Following negative feedback from the planning board, the petitioner was provided an opportunity to alter the design of the proposed structure to address concerns identified by that board. The offer is rejected out of hand. Instead, the petitioner is elected to submit the site plan without even a request for any variances. The site plan, subsequently modified to comply with reinterpretation of the 48-foot height formula, remains non-compliant with many of the ordinances, the most obvious and egregious being 4 stories versus the 2.5-story requirement. While the building does meet the 48-foot height requirement, the extra 1.5 stories provides 2 more levels of balconies and windows than compliance with the ordinance would allow. Long after the council votes, and if approved, long after the contractors and construction crews leave the site, the neighboring homeowners will forever be left to deal with the imposition of their backyard activities being under the watchful eyes of 3 levels of apartment residents. I am sure much thought and debate went into the formulating the plans for the development of the DCA. I imagine some of the current council members had a hand in developing these guidelines. It's my hope that as council debates the merits of the site plans presented with its accompanying ordinance violations, consideration of the spirit and intent of those who established the rules governing the town's development be kept in mind. And incidentally, Forsyth County Tax Site Identification identifies Town Hall not as 3-story, but as a 2-story with a basement. That's all I have. Thank you. And Susan's next, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Dan. Susan, if you would, state your name and address for the record.
Okay, Susan Fry, 165 Will Austin Court in Louisville. I think most of you have already received my impressions and my reasons for being against this. There are so many issues that I believe where there is non-compliance with the UDO. But I just do want to say that after listening to the discussions prior to this, that this is 1 building, not 2. And it's zone PBS combined use, not multifamily. So I don't understand how we can keep saying that it's multifamily, so this applies in the back, but it doesn't apply in the front because that's the restaurant. It's 1 building. And if you want the UDO, if you want to say the UDO applies, then follow the UDO. The vision in 2000 may have been, it was combined use, but the multifamily portion of that was 5 or 6 apartments, and it didn't create a large need for parking. And lastly, I just want to mention again the 11 on-street parking spaces that are being allowed and they do not currently exist, and they may or may not exist if Great Wagon Road gets built. And under the UDO Chapter B, Article 3-3.5, under alternatives and incentives, it says that the pedestrian nature of the site can be enhanced with on-street parking as long as on-street parking may be permitted for the sites in PB special use if the following requirements are met. And those requirements say it's generally not located on streets classified as collectors or thoroughfares. However, the town of Louisville or NCDOT can consider those locations on a case-by-case basis. I'm not sure what agency has the jurisdiction to authorize those 11 non-existing parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
My thing died.
Okay. Let's see. Next, we have the person indicated it's a telephone number ending in 2070. If you would, please state your name and address for the record. And they're still muted. I get, again, the telephone number is 848-2070. You have raised your hand and indicated you would like to participate. I wonder if they're having technical difficulties.
Could be. What I suggest, folks, if you're on that call, if that's your number, hang up and call in again.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that clears it.
Okay. The next is Jeff. Jeff, if you will state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jeff. Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Jeff Rabin. I'm at 212 Fernham Place in Louisville. I got several comments I'd like to make. The first of them is I want to recognize Joseph Hamby for his outstanding attention to technical detail. He obviously has not just read, but studied the UDO and the comprehensive plans, and he came up with just an excellent list of things that are very technical, and I'm extremely happy that he's on the planning committee offering his input. So next, I'd like to mention that there's a statement specifically by Stacy, the town planner, that I disagree with. And it's, you know, her reason for going ahead and approving or you wishing to approve, recommending approval of the building, even though it doesn't comply, in the opinion of many, with the UDO rules, is that there's already a precedent been set in the downtown area of buildings that tall or that many stories, which is a debatable point, as the last person already brought up. And even if those buildings don't comply and they were passed before, my difference of opinion is that past mistakes in judgment do not justify current or future mistakes. They just don't. Just because we've made mistakes in the past doesn't mean we should keep doing that. And that's the point I want to make on that. So then I'd like to say that, you know, we elected the town council and the mayor to represent our best interest, the best interest of the public, Louisville citizens, our tax-paying citizens. And I do believe that the town council has done its due diligence in gathering the public's interest via surveys. The surveys were rather in-depth and they took quite a while to fill out. I've only done one because I haven't been here that long, but it was a very good survey in my opinion. Those surveys were collected, I know, in 2014 and 2019, and a lot of things were conveyed in those surveys. But my concern is that the interests that were expressed in those surveys are not being represented in the comprehensive plan in the UDO in a fair and reasonable way. And specifically, it relates to the current matter at hand in respect to apartment complexes. And my last comment, I'd just like to phrase it in the form of a question. How do you reconcile the repeated and enthusiastic input from the public in both 2014 and 2019 that we don't want apartment complexes, that they are a no-go, but the planning board and the town council are still entertaining requests for an exclusive high-end, very tall apartment complex, and they're even offering assistance in making sure that it happens.
Jeff, if you'll conclude, please.
I'm concluded.
Very good. Thanks for your comment, Jeff. Stacia, you're muted.
The next is a telephone number ending in 5123. The telephone number is 945-5123.
You're muted.
Yeah,
Stacey, if they're on a phone, they're not muting themselves, correct? There's something happening in the call.
It's muting them when you're pulling them over, Stacy.
Well, and see, I asked to unmute, but then it doesn't. I mean, I don't think I allow them to talk, but I can't specifically unmute them.
Your choice is unmute all? No? Okay.
Yeah, allow to talk and then a disable talking is all there is.
Okay. And you go, well, if that is your phone number, please hang up and call back, and maybe we can clear it when it comes back in. I apologize for this. There's some technical issues going on in this program with call-ins.
Hank may have to take back over control.
Because he originated the meeting. Yeah.
I originated the meeting.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did. When I shared my screen earlier. Okay, we will go to the next one, Charles. Charles Nesbitt, if you would please state your name and address for the record. We will go to the next one, Charles.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Charles, please mute your television.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, Charles. Please mute your television.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're with us.
Hello?
Feel like Larry King. Caller?
Hello?
Yeah, Charles, you
Hello? Can you hear me?
have you muted
Yeah, okay.
your
All right, thank you.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you, Charles.
I live at
Charles, yeah, if you'll need to mute your television if you would.
I live at 2750 Wells Springs Drive.
Yes, sir.
I'll go to the end of the line.
We'll come back to you, Charles. Don't go away. Just we'll come back to you in a minute.
Okay, the next one is John Thomas. John, if you will state your name and address for the record.
John Thomas, 6205 DeForest Court. I would advocate that the council deny the proposed site plan on the grounds that it does not comply with the provisions within the UDO that our planning board has so eloquently detailed in their recommendation, specifically the provision regarding building height, which recommends that no building in the downtown core area should exceed 2 1/2 stories with a maximum of 48 feet. There is no ambiguity around the height requirement. I know that there has been some discussion about what constitutes a story, but as it states in the site plan itself, this is a 4-story structure. There is no confusion regarding that. Even the developer himself has identified this as a 4-story building. But going forward, I would advocate that the town be cautious in its rezoning. I don't see how this property was rezoned mixed use when it is adjacent to residential properties. I would also ask that the council consider adopting the downtown guidelines going forward to assist in the future development of our town. Again, this is John Thomas, and I hope you're having a great evening.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Mayor, I had information sent to me that for those who are calling in, they press *9 to raise their hand. Once they're called upon, they press *6 to unmute their telephone. That is what
Thank
they will need
you.
to do.
So whoever sent that in, thank you very much. You're much smarter than we are, but we're all learning.
Okay.
So I'll repeat those instructions. If you hit the *9 to raise your hand, and then you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Very
So
good.
we will go back to the caller. The last 4 of the telephone numbers is 5123. If you will push *6, it will unmute your phone, and you can state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought that was you, Susan.
It is me. Right. My name is Susan Linker. I live at 814 Reynolds Road in Louisville. My husband and I have lived in Louisville for 41 years, and we raised our family here. Tonight, I'd like to tell you why I'm opposed to the construction of the Solomon apartment complex on Shallowford Square. I think first my question is, why is this 4-story building being proposed in the downtown core where construction of 4-story buildings is clearly prohibited by the UDO? This building will be a visual shock to everyone. Why not take this building to an area where 4 stories are permitted, like the Gateway area? Second, last night the Louisville Planning Board voted 5-1 against this proposal for very good reasons. And I hope that the town council will honor the advice of its own planning board. Otherwise, why do you have a planning board? Number 3, I've studied the plans for this building on the town website, and the parking calculations just don't make sense to me. The plans assume falsely that many of the residents of the apartments will need parking space for only 1 car. In addition, the restaurant employees in the building and the customers will create further demand for parking spaces. And lastly, imagine how the longtime owners of residences close by this building will feel when they step out into their back or their side yards and realize that someone on the 3rd or the 4th floors of the new building is gazing directly down from their balconies onto their yards. If Mr. Zenger needs to construct this building, surely he can find another part of Louisville in which to build it, like the downtown Gateway. Or he can repurpose his original plan with fewer stories, which would seem to be much more appropriate for the town square location. I realize that Louisville is going to have to change, but I hope it's going to do it in ways that help us to keep our sense of belonging here, all of us. Thank you for letting me have this time to speak to you.
Thank you, Susan. Our regards to Murray.
Thank you.
The last hand that we have raised is Charles. He's the one that tried earlier.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Charles Nesbitt. I live at 2750 Wellsprings Drive, and I have lived here since 2013. I am also opposed to the specifics of this particular plan. Like others, I would say if precedent has to take place, then go back to the original plan and build that. Just because you can do something doesn't necessarily mean you should do something. And I think the town staff and the council need to keep in mind first what is important for and what is the right thing for the citizens of Louisville, not how do we justify accomplishing what the developer wants to accomplish. Those are 2 different things, and the priority should be the first. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Charles.
Let me see. Now we have Joseph Hamby. Go ahead, Joseph. Are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
You can, yes.
All right, sorry about that. Joseph Hamby, 7525 Franklin Road. I'd like to say first off just that the planning board deliberated long and hard on this project. They dove deep into the history and ordinance to review this project for compliance. I personally have spent several hours reviewing the ordinance, exchanging emails with Bo and Stacy, researching the School of Government, and trying my best to help educate citizens on our policy and process. While I'm not a planner by trade, I've served on our planning board for 4 years. I've worked in economic development, and I've served previously on the Winston-Salem and Forsyth County zoning boards of adjustment. It doesn't make me an expert, but it also doesn't make me naive. The planning board has worked hard to ensure that we are implementing and enforcing the ordinance on this project that we work hard all year long to refine and enhance. The planning board likes this project, but not its location, and that conclusion was supported by the ordinances we cited. I'm slightly disappointed that this evening's question period was primarily focused on reducing the perspective of the planning board and negating their strong opposition to this project, which was reflected now in 2 denial recommendations. It appears as though we are choosing to ignore ordinance just because it's non-quantifiable and requires the application of your subjective opinions, as mentioned by Bo. You've been presented with ordinance that requires your interpretation in regards to mass, scale, appropriateness, and conformity with the very character of our community. These are topics that matter. This project is 35 times the size of the homes around it. I've heard continued discussions of other buildings downtown without any information related to what specific buildings, what their approval process looked like, or any insight into why the planning board and council at that time deviated from ordinance. This project is unlike anything that has occurred in downtown. It is not in an area that we expect substantial commercial growth. There are no other projects downtown that are multifamily. There are no other projects downtown entirely surrounded by residential property. Also, I believe there are no other projects downtown that were approved even though town documents and plans didn't desire their use in the given location. Because of this, it's incredibly important for this council to recognize that you are actually setting a precedent, one that I fear renders the ordinance of the town of Louisville vague and inapplicable. Regarding the conflicts reference, this portion of the UDO exists as the downtown overlay is an addition to and not a replacement of PB zoning. Thus, when PB says 40-foot setback and overlay says 0, the stricter should apply, instead of being instructed to be flexible like has been talked about. Regarding the off-site parking, at least 3 planning board members interpreted that ordinance as the fact that the vehicular entrance or exit to the parking lot must be through the primary lot. The fact that this presents a difficulty for the property owner is not of issue in this review. Regarding stories, we can debate the definition and what qualifies, but let's be clear, the ordinance says that it shall be 2.5 stories with a maximum of 48 feet. The maximum is an accessory to the stories, not a standalone requirement. Also, is clearly defined on the final site plan. The petitioner himself and his architects and engineers define this property as 4 stories. What
Joseph,
I've heard to this.
We're at 3 minutes. Please conclude.
Sure. Yep. I hope the council will take a moment to step back, evaluate the significance of the decision before them. Thanks. Have a great night.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay, we have one individual that has raised his hand, but he has already spoke and met his 3-minute limit. It's up to you, Mayor, whether or not he speaks again.
I think.
Oh, I think he just lowered it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that clarification. I think this is not a session for multiple speakers. So we ask you to get organized in your thoughts, and that way we're moving through this if we can.
As of right now, we have no more raised hands.
Okay, Stacy, would you flash up the information for calling again? I want to be sure everybody has an ample opportunity to participate. Once again, folks, if you're watching at home, if you're calling in by telephone, use this number, 646-558-8656. You'll have to identify using the web number, 1-622-9267. You will press *9 to raise your hand, and once recognized, you'll press *6 to unmute yourself. And whoever sent that information, sent that information into us, thank you very much. Or you can participate directly in Zoom by going to louisvillenc.net. That's our website. Click on residents and click on event calendars and click on today's date. That'll give you a link to our Zoom platform. those of you who are, I believe we have a lot of other folks attending. So this would be your time now if you wish to speak.
I believe we have two that have raised their hand.
Great. Let's go back to the main screen there. Thank you, Stace.
The first one is Robert. Robert, if you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, this is Robert Seehausen. I live at 1230 Oakencroft Court in Louisville over in Arbor Run. I've been here for 20 plus years and am frequently downtown multiple days a week. And I am speaking to ask the council to deny the site use plan for a number of reasons. I personally don't believe, after listening to all the arguments, that this building meets the height requirements at 48 feet. There's an equipment shed on top. Some of the drawings are inconsistent and still show peaked roofs, which appear to be higher than 48. We've all listened to multiple hours of technical arguments, and I would agree with Mr. Hamby that it seemed like the tone of most of the conversation was to try to override a very lengthy and detailed discussion that the planning committee has had and voted against this project twice. To me, part of this comes down to, and the majority of my argument comes down to the fit and the character of Louisville, particularly that central district. And if I'm standing on the Great Wagon Road in front of this building, this looks like one of those multi-story complexes down in Myrtle Beach, right on the beach, that just doesn't fit and it's out of character. And I think that some of those softer factors need to be considered, and that the council needs to be careful that you're not paralyzed by fear of litigation. I would like to see mixed-use development downtown. I'm not opposed to a mix of commercial and retail, but this project's inappropriate. I don't believe that it meets the guidelines, and I hope you will vote against this site use plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Our best to Fran.
The last one is Tiffany.
Yes, hello?
Hi,
Yes, ma'am.
Tiffany.
Hi there. I'm here at 202 Lakeway Drive, Louisville, and I also have my father with me, who is a resident of Louisville at 8824 Kingstree Road. And we both agree with everything that Joseph Handy had said, and we would like this to be voted down. We moved here from Los Angeles, California, and we moved here because we heard that it was a small town that was going to stay a small town. And that was a major draw for this town for us. And this building going up, we believe, is not keeping it a small town the way that we had thought, with a limit cap on how many people can, or how large the town can be built up. I don't know a whole lot about all the ordinances, but if there are not ordinances in place that don't allow this, there should be. And we just hope to keep our town square family friendly. We enjoy it a lot. We've already lost the 4th of July show. I know that's not really applicable to this, but we just want to keep our town square usable for the families. I have 4 children myself that I take there all the time. And we would really just like to see our town square stay safe. There's not a fence around our town square, more traffic around the town square without a fence. Not that I'm saying a fence needs to be there. I'm saying the apartment building that's 4 stories doesn't need to be there. And it doesn't need to be looking down on our children in the square either. That's all I've got.
Tiffany, excuse me, before you leave, I need your last name.
It's O'Donnell.
You?
And my father is Norman Greenfield.
I'm right here.
He's right here.
And I agree with what she's saying. I think it would be a eyesore in the area. It's too big a building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tiffany. Thank you, Norman.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Stace, anyone else?
No, we do not.
We have a number of other people tuning in or attending, though, don't we?
There are, but they have not raised their hand indicating they want to speak.
Okay, folks, once again, this is your opportunity. It's important that we hear from you. That's why we have this. That's why we've created this particular public comment section. So please, if you are remotely interested, please raise your hand.
We do have one more, Kimberly. Okay, it's asking me to promote to panelists because there's an older version of Zoom being used. I can't just allow her to talk.
Kimberly, if you will turn off your video, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Kimberly Steelman, 1479 Runabout Road. I called last night as well, and I would just like to start off by thanking Mr. Hamby and the Town Planning Committee for their detailed decision that they gave last night. I completely support all of Mr. Hamby and the Town Planning Committee's reasons for denial. I am opposed to the project. Unfortunately, it seems as if our town planner decided to go on the other side of opposition with the reference reasons of denial during her interpretations this evening. I think the Town Planning Committee should be able to hear their interpretation of those reasons as Stacy was given her opportunity to the Town Council this evening. There was an evident bias this evening and it needs to be addressed. And that's all I have to say about that.
So your objection is the bias that was demonstrated?
There is a clear bias this evening. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, how do I? Hank, do you know particularly how to?
I think last time I've done that kind of thing in panelists, if you right click her name and do more, you can place her back as an attendee.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have, I do know we have the developer who has asked to be.
We have one more hand that is raised.
Okay.
Tom Lawson.
Okay.
Tom, are you there?
Stacy.
There you go.
I just wanted to take a minute. I normally don't comment on these things because I feel that the planning board has ample opportunity and you always have a recommendation in front of you. But based on the comments of the last caller, I had gotten, I'd heard from some people earlier on tonight, comments being made about Stacy, her objectivity, her credibility, her being biased. I'm going to say up front, that's ridiculous. I've worked with every planner this town's ever had, and anybody who wants to suggest that Stacy has any sort of predisposition toward any case doesn't know her and probably hasn't worked with her. And I think that it just needs to be said. I have found her to be knowledgeable about our ordinances. I think that she's probably one of the most technically gifted planners that we've had. And so, people, it's fine to have a divergence of opinion. And it's fine to disagree on the content of an ordinance. All of that is fine. This town has had many discussions about many controversial things. Some of them, I think, much more controversial than this even. But I don't like to see where that boils over to the point where if a staff member like Stacy, in trying to carry out her job, is going to come under this kind of criticism for failing to come down on, in her objective opinion, to come down on the side of one group or another, I don't find that to be acceptable. And it troubles me to see that kind of thing, fostering itself in the community. We've never been that way. And I would hate to think that that's the direction we're going now. Most arguments or most discussions we've had in this town, there are always two sides. And I think it's important for both sides to have their say and for both sides to respect that and to respect our staff members. That's really all I had to say.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Anyone else wish to speak?
There is one more. The last four digits of the phone number is 9404. If you would press *6 on your phone, you will be able to be unmuted, and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Holcomb. I live at 2169 Benwick Drive in Pofftown. Not to get too lengthy, but I do agree with most of the points made by the residents tonight that this is not the kind of building we want in that particular area. And in following along with Stacy and the interpretation of the points that were made by the planning board, it just seems like there's a lot of gray area and a lot of different interpretations that could be made. And so I would like for the board to please consider listening to what your residents are saying and just take all of these facts into consideration.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, that is all we have. The last hand that is raised is the applicant.
Okay. Let's go ahead and recognize the applicant.
Are you there,
Yes.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
State your name and address, please.
Jeff Singer, 7830 Grapevine Road, Louisville, North Carolina. I want to thank you for this opportunity. You know, good development, I believe, comes when you have the opportunity to meet human need as well as vision for the community. And so what I did, you know, there's been a lot of misinformation thrown around here, a lot of assumptions made. It's been kind of fascinating to watch. But what I did is I went to the Louisville studies. We pay for studies every 5 years. It's about $22,000 a crack, if I remember. But they are just, to me, they're fascinating. You can learn so much from it. The biggest thing that I learned when I looked through the studies is in 2014, if you look at that study, longevity. 46% of our residents have been in their home for more than 20 years. You go to 2019, guess what happens? It goes up, went up to 52.8%. If you look at the age range based on these studies, in 2014, 73% were over 50. If you look at 2019, it goes up to 76.5%. It's really complimentary to the town of Louisville because what's happening is we're aging in place. People love this town. This is reflected by the folks that have commented here. Everybody loves this town. The problem is we have absolutely nothing to offer for senior housing. Your opportunity to stay here is completely contingent on your ability to stay healthy and be able to maintain your house, whatever that is. And so when you look at the breakdown in this study, they've got that age range broken into two, 50 to 65 and 65 and over. When you're in the 50 to 65 range, you're dealing with aging parents. When you get over 65, it's aging self. I recently had to move my mom from one state to another because she lost her husband, but she's independent, but she needs to be near family. We have no options here in Louisville. I mean, absolutely none. And so, you know, when I tried to look at this, I was like, well, how do we marry need to what we're doing? How do we meet a need? What's the human element? One of the things that I think is really sad in our culture and tragic is the dehumanizing of things. We dehumanize everything and then we can say and act however we want. I just think that's wrong. You know, when you get to the age group that's over 65, we're dealing with people that are aging here. Now, listen, I hope, as I'm sure everybody watching that age group, is that you never have to leave where you are. I hope I'm the 90-year-old guy cleaning out the gutters on the ladder and my wife telling me, you're too old to be doing that. But you know what? Life changes and it changes fast and you don't know what's going to come at you. And so if you just look at the sheer numbers, we have 5,400 rooftops in the town of Louisville. And if the study is accurate, which I believe it is, we exceeded all of the thresholds that the organization doing the study, set for us. We're looking at about 3,700 rooftops with people over 50. I mean, just think of your own neighborhoods. Think of the people who live on your street. And so since this has happened, it's been really fascinating. I've had a number of people come to me, say, hey, what's the deal? And I explained to them what we really want is to develop one level living. If you look at the—
Jeff, let me ask you to pause just for a second. Council members, the 3-minute limit has expired. Are there any considerations for giving Mr. Zinger a little more time? Do I see yeses or nos? I need to see something. Mr. Smitherman is a thumbs up.
Mike, I would recommend to give them some additional time, but limit that to maybe to an additional 2 minutes, to make it 5 minutes total.
Okay.
Double him up high. He always likes higher is bigger.
That's right. I appreciate that.
So are we okay with another couple of minutes? Okay, we're good. Go ahead, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to talk like an auctioneer now. So anyway, the whole design for this thing is to create an opportunity for our residents who've invested the most. They paid the most property taxes. They've created this fabric, the community that everybody so loves, to be able to stay here as long as possible. And so, listen to the practical application. You have a couple, 65 or 70 years old, one of them dies. The one that's left doesn't want to maintain their house, finds that difficult, they could move here. We said we want a pedestrian community. Within 1,000 feet of the front door of this place is banks, churches, post office, library, restaurant, a doctor, a dentist, an optometrist, a pharmacy, the vet, an insurance man, an attorney. If you go a little further down the road, you can walk all the way down to the food line. The number one activity that is in the study is walking. This is pedestrian community. Let me speak specifically to the whole idea of stories. And this is why I believe that we're mistaken. I can make this without changing the size of the building at all, a 2-story building. 21-foot stories, people would do the same amount of units. The difference will be you walk into the unit, you'll look up, it'll be 21 feet tall, there'll be a spiral staircase, and you'll go up and get in the loft. The problem with that is it eliminates the over 50 age group. They're not going to be interested in that. So, it'd be a 2-story building. It would be exact same building, just 2 stories. So, what's the difference? A pound of nails or a pound of feathers? And so, that's why it's that way. To have underground parking and an elevator in there, you've got to have these kind of units to make it even come close to work. One of the comments was that why didn't you just, they offered that if you lopped off a whole floor, it work. If the numbers don't work, it won't fit. And so I just put that out there to you in that, this really does meet the town's intent. Additionally, it's not the first time that a project of this magnitude has been approved on the square. Right on David McKee, the Sheets property is 1.92 acres. It was rezoned RM30, residential RM12, residential multifamily 12. Bob Dalton brought that plan in. They were live work units. They were 2,400 square feet each. It was 800 on the first floor, 1,600 on the upstairs floor. It was about 45,000 square feet of construction. That was approved because the general consensus was we knew we were going to have to, if we were going to be a pedestrian community, have to have multifamily downtown. That was already approved. That is precedent for somebody. It was a 3-story building with a gabled roof. It was every bit 48 feet. If you want to see one like that, his project was built down on 2nd Street in Winston-Salem by somebody else. But that was approved, and so you've got that. The other issue is you've got on the other side, 170 feet from this, the shopping center, which is light business general purpose zoning. You look at the uses that can come from that, it'll blow your mind. The stuff that can go on there, and there's really nothing we can do about it but build great stuff nearby to point to. My last comment would be, this reminds me of 10 years ago when Jim Lowe came in to expand Vienna Village. A whole bunch of people were opposed to it, and they said all the same kind of things as we're hearing here tonight. It ultimately passed. He built a beautiful building, and the irony of all of this is on Saturday, we're going to have groundbreaking for the new community center named after Mary Alice Warren. Guess where she lives? She lives in that same building that we were told was going to be so horrible. So I appreciate and I love the passion that I see in all of our community, but this is about the human element, the people that have made this town great and have created this fabric. And obviously it's not going to be for everybody, but when you look at the sheer numbers of it, it takes about 1/4% of the people that could be eligible for this to fill it, because we have absolutely no need. Our former mayor moved out of Louisville because there was no place for senior housing.
In
Thank you.
conclusion,
That's all I've got, Mayor.
thank you, Jeff. Okay. I guess that was our last speaker. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating tonight. We did extend Mr. Zinger a little more time. I personally believe, and I believe the council concurred, that it was fair since there were 10, 12 other people speaking, and to give him an opportunity to kind of address some of the things that were on his mind. I realize there's rebuttals, and but you just have to kind of know that all comments are taken equally. That said, council members, we're now out of the public comment section. It's open for council discussion. Who would like to lead off? Ms. Hunt, thank you.
Sure. Stacy, can you speak? I've heard several of our residents talk to the parking, and I know we've talked to it a little bit. Can you kind of go back and speak to the parking, and if we are allowing 1 or 2 spaces per? Can you do that calculation and kind of speak to that again for me? Because
Yeah.
I'm seeing different. I'm kind of in different places on that.
Yeah, I'm not
I guess my question, Stacy, is how many spaces are available per resident that could occupy that building?
Per, what do you mean by per resident?
Sorry, per, yeah.
Well, they're interior to the building. The way that we calculate parking is if it's a 1.5 bedroom, it only requires 1 space. If it's a if it's a 1 bedroom, it's 1.5 spaces. If it's a 2 bedroom, it's 1.75 spaces. And if it's a 3 bedroom, it is 2 spaces. So that comes to 69 spaces. In multiple areas in our ordinance, there's one area that allows a 30% reduction in parking in the PB zoning district. There is another provision in the ordinance that allows up to a 35% reduction in parking if on-street parking is utilized. That is the route that the applicant wanted to take. They're only doing a 30% reduction. They're not doing a 35% reduction. They didn't go for the full 35. And then you include the restaurant without drive-through service. It's 1 space per 75 square feet of gross floor area. So that is how you get your calculation for parking.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council members, discussion. Mr. Franklin.
Yeah, I'll jump in here just a minute. What I'd like to, I don't know where we're going to end up with this tonight, but what I'd like to recommend is we've already got Monday night scheduled for a final vote. There's been so much information come out. I just picked up the elevation plans. I actually had my wife pick up the elevation plans for me at town hall today. You know, I would prefer not to take the final vote tonight because I don't have my complete thoughts together of the reasons the way I want to vote.
Come back to that in a moment, Mr. Franklin. Thank you. This is council time for discussion.
Mike, can we go back to the conditions? And my understanding when Bo read through the conditions is that of the conditions that he mentioned, there's about 5 of them that we could consider. Bo, is that accurate or am I missing something? I mean, I know some of them you may mention that it was TRC and then other ones, but can we touch a little bit on the conditions that may be applicable to the situation? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Bo, you're on mute.
Sorry, my whole screen went up to the top of the thing. I've gone ahead and shared screen without asking. There it is. Those are the conditions A1, and then it's A through K. And they are small, so you may not be able to see them. I'll read them out again if you like. But let's see. Public right-of-way dedication to meet projected needs. I don't think that's one that's, well, I hate to judge for you, so I'll for projected needs for road shown on the transportation plan, road and or sidewalk improvements as recommended by the town of Louisville or Department of Transportation. That's a TRC related matter. Access control, including the location, number, and dimensions of driveways, combining driveways with and providing connections to adjacent properties as recommended by planning staff or other appropriate agencies. Reorientation. Pardon?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't need them all. I've got a copy of them. Yeah. I don't know if other council members need them to be read out, just for in the interest of time. But I think my main comment and really for open discussion with other council is, you know, the consideration of any of these conditions applicable. Is there any discussion on that? I think is where I kind of want to go. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Because I think Stacy mentioned earlier about some driveways and some things like that and being cut in certain areas, and I went back to the conditions and looked.
Oh, there were a number tonight in our public comments. There were a majority really spoke to the size, the 4 stories, the height. There were a number of other really productive comments that dealt with other things, but that seemed to be the predominant theme last night and tonight in the public comment. Is there anything in the I'm going to ask this question for you, Melissa. And please tell me if I'm not asking something that you felt appropriate. Is there anything in the conditions that we could attach to an approval that would deal with the height, primarily the height of the stories, not the height, the stories of the petitioner?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't see anything in these conditions that deals with that that question.
And that's my. Oh, excuse me.
So let me take Mr. Smitherman first, and then you're up next, Ms. Foster.
Okay, my question would be, since we do have buildings that are 2.5 and 3 stories, could it not be said that we do this building approved at 3 stories and 48 feet? I mean, that would, to me, everybody's all wrapped around the 2.5 and the 3. That would be my suggestion. Approve it if they can make it 3 stories instead of 4.
Mr. Smitherman, that's a condition that the applicant could agree to if the applicant were inclined to agree to it. It is not a condition that could be imposed upon the applicant.
Ms. Foster.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, David. Ms. Foster.
Yeah, for me, listening to the community, listening to planning board, doing my own research, my issue has to do with Chapter B, Article 2, Section 2-1.6H4, the architectural standards around building height. And to me, it is unambiguous. The maximum building height for buildings and structures with exclusion shall be 2.5 stories with a maximum height of 48 feet in the downtown core. My issue with precedent is this by very nature of all of the discussion we're having, this is not precedented. What we have along Shallowford Road is consistent with what has been mentioned by the petitioner, by the planner, and understanding what the planning board certainly had intended. I know that's not part of the consideration, so I'm trying to just stay focused on the ordinance here. So the height to me is unambiguous, and 2.5 stories, that speaks to me, that's just not a standalone issue. It has to do with human scale. The human scale of not feeling that mass and that overwhelmingness. And we consistently are hearing that from the people who are calling in. And the fact too that it's proximate to single family residential. So as I think one of the members of the planning board said, the project is on point. The particular location is, for me, the challenge, given what we have in the comp plan, the preferred use, et cetera. So I'll pause there just to put out my perspective at this time.
Jimmy, let me ask you something, and again, I'm not advocating one way or the other, but if the consideration is the height, then a 2.5-story building could be built still at 48 feet. So do you feel that if we deal with the 2.5 stories, the other condition remains that it could be up to 48 feet?
So again, I keep going back to tying this to the human scale piece. I'm no architect, I'm no expert. I think a Supreme Court justice mentioned something about something that I won't mention, but it's like I know it when I see it. So the human scale piece is there are ways to step back some of the mass architecturally from having visited places where you can sense that the human scale feels more appropriate. So again, this is soft language, and I don't know how to reconcile that with the numbers of 48 feet, 2.5 stories. But we clearly have soft language in our ordinance. So what I'm trying to wrap my brain around is how to, as I say, thread that needle. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my best stab at this time.
I think that's the core of the discussion, really, in at least based on the public comments and based on many of the planning board members' opinions. Anyone else, folks? This is the time that we need to be providing at least some indication to each other, or maybe we don't, but kind of get a feel for things that are important to us as we consider this. And Mr. Franklin, I think your point is well taken, and that we may need some time to do this, but we can continue this discussion when we come back on Monday after folks have had a chance to do some more research, and hold our vote at that point if that's what the council wishes.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak again if I might.
Yes, sir.
I know that I was on the council in 2000 when this original site plan was approved. I believe you may have been, and I believe Dr. Sadler may have been. I'm not going to stick you on that particular council, but I do know I was serving in 2000. I know that original site plan has grandfathered out, or whatever the term is appropriate, expired. But when it was originally presented to us, it only involved one particular lot. It did not involve the T section on the north end that allowed the parking to allow the building itself to morph. I would like to, if possible, go back and get our town clerk to do a little research for us between now and Monday to pull planning board meetings, public hearings that were conducted, because this was a rezoning case at that time, to see what comment was, even council meetings during that phase in 2000, to refresh our memories of what we thought this particular property was going to be and why the council at that time thought that this would be a good idea. From my recollections, it was going to be a basically 2-story apartment / condominium type facility with probably 10 or less units, with a hot dog stand, if you will, a small restaurant in the front end of it that would support activities on the town square. But it did not at that time involve any parking that may have been available and is currently available around town square to be able to satisfy the project at this magnitude and this scale. I'm still concerned with how through the years, I know when it was originally approved in 2000, there was not any provisions that if a adjoining residential RS20 zone property adjoined a PBS property by 20 foot, and I believe this one adjoins by 88 feet technically, that you could morph into parking in a residential parcel without having to have that parcel rezoned. Let's see, there was one other thought there. It's probably going to escape me, but I don't understand how this property has grown with a site plan amendment without having to bring residential property back into play for a rezoning effort, and how that has transpired through the years from 2000, from our planning boards, where Mr. Lawson has been chair, Mr. Lawson has served on council, Mr. Lawson has been mayor, Mr. Zinger has been planning board chair, and now Mr. Zinger served 4 consecutive terms on town council. How these things may have morphed since 2000, when I probably voted to approve the original site plan voting. I would like time to get some more information and come back and have some more discussion on Monday.
Dr. Sadler.
I'm not opposed to your request, Councilman Franklin, but my recollection, Bo, from an earlier discussion was that whatever happened in 2000 should not be part of the consideration for this particular request. Is my recollection of that right?
I don't know if my wording of it was quite the way that you've suggested, but it certainly has no technical application to this application. Nevertheless, there's some history there. So while we're talking about precedent, I guess conceivably it may be applicable to some extent, but I think Mr. Franklin's talking about memories and history and where things were. But as a very technical matter, Dr. Sadler, you're correct. That site plan sunsetted, expired, died, is gone, and is not technically relevant to the application that's before you. But I'll leave that there.
I had rotated off. My first 4 terms were from 1991 through 1999, and then I was off council from 99 until 2003. So I wasn't part of that decision-making process. I think based on what I heard, I believe I heard earlier about the rezoning or the zoning of a Bob Dalton project. I guess you'd have to consider that also as part of the history, because it was a similar kind of a project that would have been built there across from the dentist office. So I guess if we are going to think about the project that had originally been proposed there, you also need to think about this other project that is of similar nature.
I'd like to chime in there. Excuse me, Ken.
Sure, no problem.
I'm not sure that Bob Dalton's project ever was rezoned. I'm not sure where that come from. I do know that he was at one time talking about putting an Aunt Bee's barbecue place on that corner, and I don't believe that ever made it past he was talking about it.
What is that property zoned for right now?
I don't know. Maybe Stacy can tell us.
Yeah.
It's for sale, isn't it?
It is for sale, but I don't know that it's ever been rezoned.
Oh,
I know it's residential multifamily. I'm looking to see specifically what number. I think it's RM12, which, wait a minute. Yes, it's RM12, which means it allows residential multifamily at 12 units per acre. And I think if you do the math, that particular property would allow about 20 units on it.
So it must have been rezoned, Fred.
I may agree with you on that, Ken, but I will say, as Stacy said, that particular piece of property is RS or RM12.
Right.
RM.
RM, yeah. Which is, again, Stacy, per acre would be 12 units per acre.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we were to use that same train of thought, and this current one that we're discussing is an acre and a half, that'd be 18 units.
Right.
So this is, a beast of a different nature.
Yeah. No, what I'm talking about really is the number of stories. My recollection is that project was going to be a 3-story building. So
that's not my recollection. It was 2-story and it was spread out more. Is
that, Stacy? I heard this most recently, so I'm not going off of memory. I'm going off of something I was recently told. Do you know?
I do not know particularly for the Bob Darton property. I have not found elevations for that. But for this particular property that's before us tonight, the elevations that were approved as a 3-story building.
Ms. Foster?
I've had my hand up a lot.
Oh, no, then do Jane.
I'm sorry, Jane, you're up in the corner. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Oh.
I keep, putting my hand up. I would like to speak. So pardon me, Jean Marie. But yes, I'd like to express how I'm feeling about this issue. And my number one did have to do also with the pedestrian scale. As I see it as massive compared to pedestrian scale, and that is referred to in the UDO of that Chapter B, Article 2, Section, et cetera, with the architectural character structures and standards. So, that is a big one for me. And the other main one for my concern and feeling is the intention. Now, it's been stated that the UDO is law. Some of the other comprehensive plan, downtown overlay, Greenway, were only accepted but not adopted. So it makes me feel like there was no teeth in those documents. And I don't think that was or has been the intent. Also, as serving on the first elected council in 3 elected councils after that, it was never the intent to have a massive building. Yes, there was the intent to allow housing, and elderly was considered so that they had access to the town by being pedestrians, but never to this scale. It totally would overwhelm the town square, and the common sense of the parking, whether it meets it or not. You see the bikers and you see events in the town, and there's no way the parking would be sufficient for it. So those are more or less, my main concerns and objections to this project. Mr. Zinger's concerned that you need housing for the elderly. Yes, not to that scale. And you can't say, I'm only going to sell to the elderly. It could be a very popular building. So, I don't understand that type of reasoning as well. And to protect the character of the town, the well-being, I think it goes against that. And you may consider that some subjective, but you only have to look to Sugar Mountain, where that high-rise has been built, and how that was not repeated, but they couldn't take it down. It met all the standards, surely, but look at the consequences of it. And that's my comments for discussion.
Thank you, Jane. I'm sorry, you're up in that top left-hand corner and you've got soft lighting, and I'm sure there's soft music playing in the background. And I completely did not see you, so my apologies.
No problem. Go
Ms.
ahead, Jean Marie.
Thank you. 4 points. Fred, I agree with Mr. Franklin's recommendation. I sort of blurted my bias just to share with the group, but clearly there's been a lot of information that's been shared this evening. I know a lot of individuals have been writing and sending comments. Stacy, forgive me, Stacy, it was a fire hose of information from our town planner going through all of the components outlined by the planning board. So helpful, but I know I'll be replaying this over the weekend. So I would reinforce Mr. Franklin's suggestion that I need some more time and space, number one. Number two, to the point about precedent and what Mr. Zenger mentioned and Dr. Sadler, Fred, et cetera. Joyce, this one's for you. We have, I think on the 13th, approved removing some documents just as part of the process of clearing out space. I had mentioned to you, and I think even the mayor, I'm wondering at this point in time, if we're going to be looking and digging for any information, could we just hold on that purge before or until we get through this process? I mean, I don't know what all is there, but I throw that out for consideration. So that was number two. Shall I keep going?
Can I answer you real quickly? I have a date on my calendar, and I think the date on my calendar follows the meeting on Monday.
Right. So council, you all understand what I'm referencing?
Yeah, Joyce, the documents you're proposing to remove from our records, that's only goes back 5 years, right?
No, those documents can go back farther than that, but the documents being removed have nothing to do with projects like you're talking about. These are maybe a letter or something like that, but anything that has to do with planning or the council, I have in notebooks or, back materials and things. So those things are not being discarded.
I hear that. And when I scanned through the list that you had given us, because it was multiple pages, I saw things that piqued my curiosity, some things about the Great Wagon Road. So again, I was just thinking, better safe than sorry. Why not just give it a little more time before we hit delete? So that was my second point for consideration. Okay. Number three was, as much as Mr. Zenger's, I like his proposal. I like the idea of providing a product like that in the town. We can't, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, consider that. I mean, we certainly couldn't hold a petitioner to any sort of plan, or we can't ask about pricing or details around
you cannot ask those questions. He can offer that information. I think conceivably, and I would leave that to his counsel to determine whether he could make that a condition on his, volunteer that as a condition about whether it would have any violation of the Fair Housing Act. I just know that when I recommend to you folks, you can't ask that question.
Right. Okay. There's clarity there. And number four, Stacy, this ties to you and your role and what you've done tonight. So we outlined hours ago the process to have you share, or I think Dr. Sadler, you had suggested going through the planning board's reasoning for denial. And so Stacy, you went through all of that. One of the people who called in, it sort of caught my attention, referenced that they said one-sided. I heard it a different way. I was hearing it as you were sharing your reasoning as to why those didn't make sense, what your recommendation was and why. I think, and having been on the planning board, one of the roles of the planner is to also, I don't want to say advocate for the planning board, but be the liaison. and express the planning board's position. So other than that piece of paper, that's what's coming from planning board. So I don't know what the process might be. I have no idea. I'm just throwing it out there. But understanding the planning board's reasoning, I think, is exactly where Dr. Sadler was coming from. And yet it sort of sounded like it came from, here is what Stacy disagrees with. So I'll pause there. Those are my reflections after these many hours. So thank you.
Dr. Sadler.
Well, I guess maybe I should have posed the question in a different way. Really what I wanted to know, we had a recommendation from the planner to the planning board regarding whether the project should be approved or not. We, at our last meeting, sent it back with the height adjustment saying, we want you to relook at this thing to see if you come to a different conclusion than you already came to. And if you don't come to a different conclusion than you already did, then we want to know how you reached that conclusion. What was your rationale for denying the project? That's what we wanted to know. And so, the answer came back the same way it had come to us to begin with. We are voting to deny this. And so when I saw that, I just wondered, is there something that was brought up last night during that session of the planning board that staff had not thought of, had not looked at? And so that's why I wanted a point by point, line by line review of what the rationale was, just to see if in fact the opinion of the planner would have changed. It's her day job. It's not any of our day job. I mean, she does this all the time. She's a subject matter expert. None of us is a subject matter expert. Jean Marie, you may have better understanding of some of these things than the rest, but she is the subject matter expert. That's why she's hired to give her best advice and opinion and counsel to the planning board and to us. And she hasn't changed her view on this thing. Even though all these citations were made in support of a decision that had already been made. So that's really what I wanted. That's what I was getting at. And so I guess part of this discussion process, I'd just like to know if there's any predisposition on the part of the council, members of the council, to deny this project. If there's a predisposition to do that, I don't know that I need to wait till Monday night to vote on the thing. I don't have a problem with it waiting till Monday night, but I don't know that we need to. If there's some predisposition to deny it, some of what I've heard tonight implies that. And maybe I may be misreading what I've heard. So that's what I need to hear, if there's any predisposition to this, to deny the request.
Ken, I know for me anyway, I've still got questions that I'm rolling over in my mind. The public comments were helpful. The applicants' comments were helpful. The council discussion is helpful. The presentation by Stacy and the review by the planning board was very helpful for me. And that's the first time we've heard all of this information and dumped to us. So, that said, it is a lot to digest right now. The questions that I still have, number one, are we or are we not going to use precedent of other buildings as the foundation for any decision we make on this one? If the answer is yes, then Fred's point, or Mr. Franklin's point, is absolutely correct. We need to know more about why those other projects were approved, so that we can have a better context for how we're reviewing this project. So that's something we don't have. And Mr. Franklin, thank you for asking for that, because I think that would be helpful. Both the first project back in 2000 and also the Bob Dalton project, because I believe those are the two precedents that were cited. Of course, Town Hall would be helpful too, because it is a 3-story building. So what was the discussion that occurred there? That would really help me understand. Again, if council members or the attorney or somebody says to me, you cannot consider precedent, you got to deal with this as it is, then it becomes a little easier for me. But I'm not sure that's where we want to be. I think we have to look at precedent here because of how that's affecting this particular, or at least my judgment on this particular one. I also have, I'm still struggling with the building height situation. And I know we've talked about, well, you can build a 2.5-story 48 feet, or a 1-story 48 feet, or a 4-story 48 feet. But I look at the building height language in the UDO, and I believe, Bo, you may have referenced this, 2-1.6 H4I 1 and 2. And it's basically building height. So they as we've discussed, the downtown overlay has been divided basically into two areas. One is we call the downtown core area. The other is the downtown gateway area. And this language is specific to both of those. And I'll just read it so I get it right. The minimum height, the minimum building height for structures in the downtown core area shall be 2.5 stories with a maximum height of 48 feet. On the downtown gateway, the minimum building height for buildings and structures shall be 3 to 4 stories with a maximum height of 48 feet. That seems to indicate to me that there was an intention to draw a difference in mass or size between the gateway area and the core area. And that's what I really want to try to drill down on, at least in my thinking on this. If anybody could build a 1-story building 48 feet, why did the core area and the gateway area be very specific in the stories that they had identified? So there is inference in the UDO that we need to look at these areas differently.
Can I interrupt you for a minute, because
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
looking at,
please,
I'm not looking at the document. Just so I'm clear on what you read. You said minimum each time you read that. Is it actually saying minimum of 2.5?
It's maximum.
Maximum. I'm sorry. Maximum height
Okay.
of 48 feet.
All right.
I'm sorry. I may have misread that. Maximum height 48 feet. The stories were 2.5 maximum and 3 to 4
Okay.
maximum.
All right.
I'm sorry if I misread that. The other consideration that I'm looking at, and this once again is I don't know if this is my interpretation or if this is an accurate interpretation or it's an allowable interpretation. But in Article 7.5.2, we say, or the UDO says, in addition to the requirements of this ordinance, the UDO, all site plans shall comply with the following standards. And this is standard A: consistency with legacy and or the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. The site plan shall be consistent with the purpose, goals, objectives, and policies of legacy and or the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. Again, the information that I'm rolling around in my head appears that I have two different opinions or two different perspectives on whether this can be included in our deliberations and discussions or decision or not. This particular article says to me that we can include the consideration of, as you said earlier, legacy really doesn't apply, but certainly the comprehensive plan does. So that again, to me, opens the door for a little more subjective evaluation of this project, because it's just not in context now with the UDO. The UDO says that you can also consider the comprehensive plan. So, Bo, if I think you're at the point that you need to tell me or tell us, sorry, you're interpreting that wrong. You cannot consider the comprehensive plan, even though that's how I interpret this article to read.
No, I think you are correct, but what it's doing is getting to it. When you're looking at the site plan, the ordinance says you can look at the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Thank you. There are several other things not worthy really mentioned at this particular point. I think other council members have raised them, but I still have to, thanks for the clarification on this last piece, Bo, because that allows me to consider things that I would not have considered if we hadn't been able to incorporate that into our thinking.
Mayor.
Ms. Hunt, thank you. I went on too long. I'm sorry. I took more than my 3 minutes.
You brought up the precedents. I think I would like some clarification before we get off tonight as to whether we, I don't have a lot of the historical information that you guys that have been on council for years and things have got access to. So I'm going to need a little bit of time. If we are going to do the precedents and we're going to go in that route, I need to consider the the dentist office, and I need to consider town hall, and I need to look at all those things that Fred mentioned earlier about these other properties. So I think I would like some direction as to whether we should be looking or considering that in our decision making, or we should not. I hear, my understanding at this point is that case law comes into play and things like that, and that's where the precedents can come in. But I just would like some very clear guidance, Bo, on should I go back and look at the historical stuff, what's been built, what's not been built, or do I take this particular property that we're being asked to approve and review the site plan on and look at our current UDO as it reads and go from there? What should I be considering? I just heard that we can consider the Louisville Comprehensive Plan. So guide me a little bit, please.
Yeah, in my view, you should be looking at past cases as instructive for this case. If they are relevant cases, that's, whether or not a particular case is relevant to your determination for this case, people may feel differently a little bit about. That's why there are multiple layers of appellate courts in the court system. You'll see folks getting reversed and they're looking at the exact same piece of law. So you're going to be looking at the same thing, and your interpretation may differ from another council person's. Some people will look at original intent, and we see that in kind of legal circles, and others will look at how we started out, and then how has the body that deals with this interpreted it over the years. And that's another way of looking at it. So I can't tell you that you must look at precedent. My suggestion is that the council has interpreted this in some ways or another over the course of the years. And, we generally like to have predictability going forward. And so if someone has had done the homework that you're talking about perhaps doing, and they had looked at everything and they said, well, here's how I know that council is likely going to treat this because this is how they have treated it in the past. I think that's valid to look at.
I'm sorry, Hank.
Yeah, I was just going to say follow. Is that why you were talking about earlier, consistency in past opinions, so that some council doesn't look like it's being put in the place where they're picking and choosing based on the case before them?
Yeah, I think so. That's exactly what you do. That's what precedent is all about, is making sure that, we've decided it this way in the past. If this very same case comes before us again, we're going to decide it based upon in the same way we've done it before. The trick is this the same case or is it not the same case?
But what about the future, Bo? We're talking about Louisville Comprehensive Plan. What about all the planning that's been done? Of course, respectfully using what's been, the past and the values of the town. But we have this comprehensive plan that is talking about future, and that and we've got the UDO that kind of references some of these things and refers us back to the comprehensive plan in several cases. Our own UDO instructs us to go back and look at our comprehensive plan. So I think there's a place to look at the past, but I also think that there's a time and a place to also consider what the Louisville Comprehensive Plan has to say about what the vision is for the town 25, 30 years from now. Because obviously the vision, what was placed on, you know, what was presented to you guys 20 years ago is much different in scale and everything else than what we're facing today. And I think that that's something that we've got to take both into consideration. So
Yeah.
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and respectfully, you know, the way you can deal with future matters is by modifying your ordinances. And you have the right to do that tomorrow, or not literally tomorrow, but, you know, so that you can deal with what the comprehensive plan says to do in the future by modifying your ordinance. So, for example, when we said 2.5 stories, we mean 2.5 stories.
I guess, but let's be clear though, we can't modify the ordinance as it would affect this particular submission.
That is correct. Yes.
Ken?
Yeah, and reference to 20 years ago that Councilperson Hunt just mentioned, we didn't 20 years ago see a funeral home the size of the funeral home that we've got. We didn't see a building the size of the dentist office. At least I didn't. I didn't see a building the size of the other Zinger building there on Shalford Road. This new veterinary hospital that's there, pretty big to me. It just doesn't go up in big. So, you know, there are a lot of things, at least for me, that conceptually I didn't see, 20 years ago that are there now that are scale-wise pretty big. So, it may sound like I'm arguing one direction or the other. I'm just trying to be as objective, I'm sure, as the rest of you are about this process and not get too emotional about it. And I'm not suggesting anybody is, but there are a lot of people writing to us that are yelling at people and whatnot that are emotional about it. So if I have to choose who I believe, I'm going to believe the expert whose day job it is about this, and not go to, people who are casual observers about it. Because I heard a lot of people on these calls tonight making reference to the UDO. I don't know how they interpret the UDO. I don't know how if they really understand what they're reading. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying I don't know. So anyway.
Are you saying you need more information from the planning board and what their interpretation was of the UDO when they came up with their reason for denial? Or
I think I heard it pretty well last night. Okay. I mean, it seemed we sent it back and asked them for a rationale, and they found one. And then I wanted Stacy to look at that rationale that they presented to see if she concurred with it, because maybe it was something that hadn't come to her attention. But apparently, she had thought about these things, and they didn't change her opinion. So I don't really need to hear any more about it. I mean, this thing is hung up on how big is this place. I mean, I'm going to boil it down to that. That's really what it settles on. People talking about somebody on the 3rd or 4th floor looking down into somebody's backyard. On the 2nd floor, you can look down into somebody's backyard. So, I don't want to, some of this, I just don't want to get too hung up on that sort of thing, because I don't believe, the notion of somebody's peering into somebody's backyard and disrupting their privacy because it's 3 stories or 4 stories or 2 stories. I think 2 stories, and I think you all would agree with that. If it's 2 stories and the thing is 30 feet tall, it's going to be the same thing.
Stacy, did you take into consideration any of the Louisville comprehensive plan when you made your decision, did you consider that at all in your recommendation?
I did, and there is talk to it in my staff report.
Okay.
But then also just reviewing some of the other things, a lot of times what I look at a comprehensive plan for is the uses. I know it talks about the vision of the town going forward and pedestrian friendly and all those sorts of things. But, if we're talking about preferred land use, well, the uses are already approved. I mean, we've been through that numerous times. And then, if we talk about high density residential development, that it's what it's called for in the comprehensive plan in the downtown area. So I do try to take into consideration those things.
Can I make one final comment
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
with regard to something that one of the folks on the phone said tonight? They talked about the council shouldn't make a decision based on fear of litigation. And I would never make a decision based on the fear of litigation, because if it's right, it's right. The notion that we would spend the town's money, however, on litigation on something that we don't believe is right, I would be opposed to that. So this notion of don't bow to this thing because you're afraid of litigation, that I'll never make a decision like that. If I make the decision that I think is appropriate and it has a sound foundation for that decision, then I don't really worry about litigation, and it'll just end up however it ends up. So that, for somebody to say that, I just need, at least for folks to understand it, the way I look at the things, that wouldn't be a consideration for me.
Mr. Spivak. Oh, you're muted there, David.
All right. You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to make this summary. I really want to say thank you to Stacy for all of your input and everything that you've done to help me understand. And I have to say that this whole process has been very, not to get I don't want to get the emotion involved, but it has been a very difficult thing to consider because there's so much going on. But to the point of the vision of the town and the vision that our forefathers had when they started where we are today, going forward, it's going to be a new step, or it's going to be a decision that we make that's going to affect the future. This building, when the Great Wagon Road is constructed, is going to be one of the first of many that will be on the Great Wagon Road. If we're wanting to condense and make the town have more of what we're asking it to be, then at some point we've got to step up and say, okay, it's been suggested, staff has told us this is the way to go. It's time to go ahead and do that. I mean, we can argue or discuss and talk for weeks, but in the end, we've just got to go forward with it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Franklin.
Yeah, again, I guess I keep coming back to the fact that this is a unique situation from where a currently residentially zoned property that happens to adjoin a PBS property by more than 20 feet. And technically, I think I heard in these discussions up to this point, there's 88 feet, whatever. How that got to be where that is permitted. There's always UDO text amendments. Matter of fact, I think I just saw a couple advertised in the paper coming up for public hearings for the planning board. And I'm sure that through the years when our UDO happened back in the, whether it be 2000 or 2005, whatever, we did not have a situation where you would have a PBS property that could put parking on a residential just because it adjoined. It sort of makes me think back to the saying I heard many years ago, I don't want to own all the land in the world. I just want to own what's around me, in essence, So if it touches me, then maybe I can do something with it. I want to know how that happened, or was that in place from the beginning? Because again, when this was originally approved 20 years ago, and I know it's sunsetted and all that, we did not have a situation where we were looking at parking on a residential property behind it in a T-type property. It was a single, if you will, off a Great Wagon Road, shotgun type property, like what you find along Shallowford Road that's been alluded to. So I'd like to find out when and how that happened that allows this to happen today involving this residential property. I want to be clear about that before I cast a vote. So if our staff can do some research between now and Monday evening and get that information to me, I'll be most appreciative of it. And I'd also like, you know, again, with the time frames and who was involved as far as council and planning board and so forth. I know it was done in an appropriate manner. Anything text amendment wise, I'm sure was advertised appropriately. But I will readily admit, and I probably am slapping myself in the face, that when there are text amendments to the UDO, council members, whoever is serving at that particular time, do not get into the depth of that as a planner would, who is their day job, or a planning board member who delves into this stuff. And that's why we desire to have folks like that on our planning board. You know, I need more background on how this was allowed to happen. I'm talking about precedent. I know we've never had any situations like this occur before where you draw in residential property just to satisfy something that already has been previously zoned, a particular parcel zoned for PBS. This is unique overall from the start to the end, and I just need more answers. So I'm probably not expressing myself the way I should, but we've lost the handle on this somewhere in the last 20 years.
Ms. Walsh, I think I saw you raise your hand.
No.
No, okay.
I think I do.
I think Ms. Foster did.
Yeah, maybe, yes. So to wrap up, so it sounds like there will not be a vote tonight. And what we're trying to get our arms around is, what is our homework? Who's doing what between now and Monday? And to Melissa's point, what is it that we can be researching to make sure that we're doing our homework and we're prepared on Monday? And I hear precedent. Yes, Bo is saying yes, but again, I'm going to reinforce, it's not just precedent. It's precedent around, and it's like precedent. It's like precedent. And if Fred is saying, but we haven't done anything like this before, to me, I can't therefore use a lot of precedent. That's where I'm getting hung up. So,
Dr. Sadler.
Yeah, I hear you, but I guess part of the homework ought to be to determine what projects are of a similar nature that have been approved in the past. I don't know that. I mean, right. You know, if somebody can point it out, that's great, but I don't know what projects there are that are of a similar nature. Not the zoning, not the type of zoning or any of that sort of thing. This thing by right that's come up, because I guess that's what we have heard, is that has never happened before. So we're not going to find anything like that. But are we going to find proposals for buildings where there were accommodations made for height and size? That would be the precedent, I guess, for me, if I'm thinking about that appropriately.
And so what I need to be advised on is, my problem is, having sat on the planning board and done the downtown design guidelines and been involved with all of that, even sort of the carving out of that particular area that we're talking about, what am I allowed to consider and think through all of those intentions and all of those discussions? That's what I'm getting hung up on, Bo, because when you say, nope, it's just a review for compliance, but yet there's context. And I know that what was being looked at along Shallowford Road, it wasn't as big a concern when you're recognizing that you're going to be a building that's a funeral home next to this kind and that kind and that kind, and they're alike. But this is something very different next to things that are very different. So that's my search.
Well, I said I was through, but
And I'll be through.
but when if you use that line of reasoning, when the funeral home was built, there was nothing like that next to it, right? I mean, if you can remember back to what Shallowford Road looked like before the funeral home was, there was nothing that looked like that next to it or nearby it.
Mm-hmm.
So if that were going to be your precedent, then you would say, yeah, there's already been precedent for doing something like this because we let that funeral home be built when there were only small residences nearby it and across the street from it.
But that's when I'd say you have to look at the preferred land use map, and the intention along Shallowford Road wasn't going to be single family residential. This butts up against single family residential. So that was intended to be transitional. So
yeah, but my understanding, and just correct me if I'm incorrect, 'cause I've been trying to figure this out for a while, is that residence that's there, although it's RS 20 right now, the intent, the long range intent is for that to be part of the commercial area as well. That's what I was told. Is that not correct?
The preferred land use map, it references that they stay single family residential.
Well,
on one side, it is preferred land use to be commercial. On the other side is residential.
Which side are we talking about?
If you're looking at the map,
yeah,
the side that is on the west, like if you're standing at the property on Great Wagon Road, it is the side that is on the corner of Great Wagon Road and North Street.
What is that proposed?
It's preferred to be commercial.
That's what I'm talking about.
I believe that'd be to the east if you're facing the property.
Okay, so so Council Person Foster, that's what I'm talking about. All of that strip, including the wagon house, including this property, including the residence that's just above it, I'll call it just above it, going toward the shopping center.
Right.
All of that's commercial.
That's one. The other side is residential.
Yeah, but it's not, that doesn't front the Great Wagon Road.
Well.
Does it?
It turns, it's Belknap, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't front the Great Wagon Road. All this property in that strip fronts the Great Wagon Road. You have to jump back a street to get to the next residences. The Belknap. Belknap, the people on Belknap do not front the Great Wagon Road. You have to cross Belknap to get to it.
Council members, any other thoughts for this evening? Let's come back and be clear at least. Stacy, do you have any comprehension of what we're asking for?
I'm hoping that Joyce has taken great notes. I think for my personal clarifications, it would be, to look through case files of what I can find to see if there has been a similar building that has been either approved or constructed of similar size and scale in the downtown area. And then to go further and see if there, in those approvals, if there were any discussions about that particular concern. Is that what I'm gathering from council members?
Mr. Franklin, does that address what you're looking for?
And
in addition to the, wants to know how the parking evolved, yeah.
Right, how the UDO text amendments went to evolve that allowance of the parking in the rear.
That's the thing I'm most concerned with. I mean, there was a drainage easement that shows up on that lot on tax records that, I mentioned before, I've got questioned about. again, there's other considerations, but that is currently zoned RS20. How can that be coupled with a PBS? And how did that get allowed, and when did that get allowed, are my basic questions on that.
Okay.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, you've got precedent that we're trying to kind of look for. Ms. Hunt?
Yeah, I would also be curious to see any buildings that were proposed or projects that were proposed that were not built that were over 2.5 stories. And then if there's any projects that are facing the road currently that have been built that are over 2.5 stories in the downtown overlay currently.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what I'm gathering is tomorrow is Friday, and we're already pressing toward 11 o'clock. What I suggest is let's consider, Stacy, I don't want to, it sounds like the task that we're giving you to do is probably more than a one-day task. And so council members would, Stacy, what would be a reasonable time, do you think, that you can extract all this information? Because we want it thorough, and we don't want you to just kind of grab what you can find.
I think a lot of it is going to be with Joyce's help in order to look at past minutes. I know a lot of the very old cases we don't have. That is when Louisville was not doing its own planning. It was being done by the City County Inspections Department prior to 2002. So we will see what we can find.
So
time out right there. Wait a minute. She said we haven't been doing our plannings before 2002. That's absolutely wrong. We established a planning board in 1995 or before 1995 in this town. I served on the planning committee before that, wanted to be appointed to the planning board, and was not selected to be on the planning board. So it made me mad, and I ran for office and got elected in 1995. Okay. So we've been doing planning since the mid 90s.
I think what was happening was using
There may have been some zoning enforcement from the city county, but we've been doing our planning. Dick Herring was our first planning board chairman, and we've had a planning board since at least 1995.
Yeah, but we used Tim Goss and some other folks from downtown to be the staff.
Yeah, staff was well. You did not say it that way. You said we had not been doing our planning. We relied on the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Planning Board.
Staff.
On the planning staff.
Yeah. Ms. Walker, you had a.
I was going to say that we've been trying to go back and look through some of the old information when city county planning was doing the work for us, and some of it has been very difficult to find, but Fred, we'll try to see what we can find based on your questions.
And the other particularly the 2000 site plan, if City Winston-Salem was doing our staff work, then.
Right, and I think, Fred, you said you wanted me to look for what was prevailing on the Dalton project, the 2000 rezoning. What did we have on Town Hall, and what back information is there in the comprehensive plan? Is that correct?
I don't think all that's attributed to me, Joyce. Main thing I want to find out is how. Here's the main bottom line issue for me is how is this residential property that adjoins this current property that was rezoned in 2000 to PBS. That property had been sitting there for a number of years. It was purchased by the developer, I think I heard, in 2018. How did that tie-in of 20 contiguous feet get put into our UDO? And I'm sure that was a text amendment at some point in time.
I do have that on my list also.
Okay, that is my main question.
Yeah, just to be clear, the developer purchased the land before 2018.
Well, it's on the tax records. I probably pulled improper date there, but
just want to be sure we're accurate here.
That's great. Yeah. I appreciate you correcting me, Mike.
Ms. Walker, it was me who was asking about the precedent issue. And am I the only one that is interested in that?
No.
Ms.
I
Hedges?
also, yes.
And I think I've made my point several times that the precedent, I've said it enough, but if we're going to be looking at that, I think, and digging into some of the details, I think it's important to also provide intentional information that's out there. So
Then
I'll dig into that.
we'll gather everything that we can, whether it's going to be intentional or unintentional, or
I mean,
who
what
knows?
you can do for the past. Okay.
Yeah, we've got you.
Right.
So, Ms. Walker, I know you have a very busy day tomorrow planning our groundbreaking. So you're not going to be able to touch this before Monday.
And I also may not be at work all day tomorrow because Miss Pam has asked me to watch my hours. So considering the fact that it's 10:30 and I put in 2.5 hours yesterday, I may not be at work at all tomorrow.
Great. So, Ms. Walker, Ms. Talbert, what is a reasonable time for us to reconvene so that you can do the job that we're asking you to do?
Joyce, do you have any idea? I mean, you know the records probably better than I do.
And Mayor, can we also keep into consideration once we receive that information back to give us ample time to review and that information as well as we're calendarizing this?
Thank you. Yes.
I'm good on trying to get it done anytime next week. Whatever's easy for you, because remember, Stacy is also a teacher at home. So
8 to 3:30.
We have to consider the time that she has to put in. So I'm good. The only day that I will not be available is the 15th. I have to take Paige for a procedure, but other than that, I'll be available.
Okay, let me see if I can narrow this down a little bit. Is Wednesday next week, is Thursday next week, is into the following week? And folks, I know it sounds like we're postponing this. We're not trying to buy time. Well, we are trying to buy time because I think just by the questions that are being asked and the new information that we've ferreted out this evening, your council wants to, as Dr. Sadler said, this council wants to make an informed, intelligent, accurate decision. And we really rely on our staff to be able to respond to the requests that we're asking in a reasonable time frame. So Thursday of next week, I mean, sorry, Ms. Foster, I didn't
No, I
mean
was
to.
just gonna say, do they need the whole week? Do you guys need the week? Yes, no?
Thursday, I guess, is good. Remember, I won't be there for one whole day, so I guess Thursday would work.
That's what I'm looking at. Okay.
Joyce, can you get the meeting noticed in time for it to be Thursday?
We can recess this meeting and not adjourn
I
it.
have to advertise. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Stace, Ms. Talbert, Ms. Walker, it's your call at this point. I want you to feel like you have enough time to do the thorough job that we're asking you to do.
That's fine. Thursday is fine with me.
That's fine.
Stacy, okay. Then with that, Mr. Franklin, since you asked for the continuation, do you want to move to amend our meeting for Monday and move it to Thursday?
I'll
I
be.
don't think we can do that. I think I'm sorry, I don't mean.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead,
Mr. Franklin.
Go
I
ahead,
think what you need to do is we'll simply not have them decline to have a meeting on Monday that's already scheduled and just recess this meeting until next Thursday. That way it will not end. We'll resume it at the date and time you folks say is appropriate.
Okay, so we don't have to do anything about Monday's scheduled meeting.
Probably the better practice is just to make a motion to cancel that meeting.
Okay, cancel the meeting. Thank you. That's what I was asking. Okay, Mr. Franklin, would you like to make that motion?
I will, but just in a minute. I got a question first.
Okay.
Back to Jean Marie's comment and the fact that I don't want to get the information on Thursday. Okay. Joyce has already stated that she is tied up on Wednesday. She's probably not going to be able to work tomorrow because she's run over her hours for, getting into overtime and so forth. So that narrows it down to Monday and Tuesday for her to do her work along with Stacy, and Stacy's teaching at home basically all day. Is Thursday the right time to do it? I will definitely make a motion that we do not have our meeting on Monday, and that has previously been announced. So with that, I make that motion. I'm not trying to make a motion of when we set the next meeting or continue this meeting too.
Okay, let's do that motion first, and then we'll deal with when to recess this.
Okay, I make that motion that we do cancel Monday's scheduled get back together.
Mr. Franklin makes the motion. Dr. Sadler makes the second. Any discussion? Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Dr. Sadler?
Aye.
Mr. Smitherman?
Aye.
Ms. Hunt?
Aye.
Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
And the person I forget about in the top left-hand corner, Ms. Welch?
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor's eye on that. So we canceled Monday's meeting. Folks, you want to say a week from Monday? That gives us a weekend.
Yes.
Is that good?
I don't
Okay,
know.
so
Hold on. I've
So
got
what
some,
you're-
I've got some meetings. Let's see. So the 21st.
Yep.
Yes, that's Monday.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good. Let's do that.
okay. So Ms. Foster, would you make that motion, please?
Yeah, I'd like to move that the meeting is continued. What's the word, Bo?
Recessed
Recess until the 21st, Monday, September,
At
at
6
6
p.m.
o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Very good.
I got a question before we take a vote.
We're not taking a vote. Yeah, we got to get a second on that before we can
Oh, I
do it.
thought we did. I'm sorry.
Dr. Sadler raises his hand for the second. Okay, Mr. Franklin, go ahead.
Yes, before we recess this meeting, do we need to finish this meeting?
Yeah, we're going to finish this meeting, but what we're doing is setting, we will recess this. Yeah,
Okay.
well, you're right.
I'm just thinking of the time in here. You know, I want to make sure we finish.
Yeah, procedurally, Ms. Foster's motion should come at the end of the meeting.
Well, that was my only point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it'd be accurate. That's probably the way to do it.
Is there more on the agenda? I'm not looking at my agenda anymore.
You
Yeah,
got
We
it.
need to talk about the groundbreaking.
Yeah, there's the ground- just a couple small things.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. As we promised, ladies and gentlemen, this is a second time for a public forum. Stacy, will you throw up that slide again?
Right.
Mike, I don't think we're there yet. We're administrative reports.
Okay.
Well, you're right. Okay, I skipped the page. Okay, let's go back to administrative reports. Hank, you got administrative reports for us?
Okay, for events at Shalford Square, there are none. And I think we've already covered our holiday. We've had it. As it was just brought up a few minutes ago, we are doing the groundbreaking ceremony for the Mary Alice Warren Community Center this Saturday. Unfortunately, it is going to be closed to the public per se due to the COVID-19 virus. But I think, as we probably have mentioned before, we are going to be live streaming this through Facebook Live. And this event will start at 10 o'clock in the morning. And hope people can join us that way and witness this great event for us.
Rain or shine?
It's rain or shine.
Rain or shine. Very good. We got equipment to get moving.
Because it looks like Saturday, at least on my weather reports, 80% chance.
Yeah. Bring your umbrellas. On a groundbreaking note, Mrs. Warren has sent over some mementos that she would like to share with council members. I put those in your boxes. So at your leisure, please come by and pick that up. I think you'll understand why she's appreciative of naming the community center after her. So you can pick those up at any time. They're in your boxes. Manager report, Hank, down to clerks. No report. Anything else, Hank, for your manager's report?
No, I can move on to approvals at the briefing.
Okay.
Last week at the briefing, we did approve Resolution 2020061, affirming the Louisville Town Council's support regarding implementation of a compliant MPDES stormwater program. Everybody remember that?
Sort of. What's the NPDES?
It's for stormwater.
National Pollution something, elimination. Go ahead, Ryan.
Go, Ryan.
Right.
Wake up. There you
Question is, what is NPDES?
I'm drawing blank myself. Hold on one second.
I got it. It is
National Pollution. Go ahead,
Discharge
Jean Marie.
Louisville National Pollution Discharge Elimination System.
There you go.
All right. And is this is mandated, correct?
Yes, ma'am. As we talked about last week, it's a result of our stormwater audit performed during the month of July through the state of North Carolina.
I only had one question. Quickly.
Yes.
Who put this resolution together? Where does this language from whence does this come?
Language came directly to us from the folks who handle that federal program.
Okay. Thank you, Joyce.
You're welcome.
Can't go back and change it now, Ms. Foster.
Not inclined.
Done.
Not inclined, just curious.
Hank, our second item of business.
That's it for approvals last week.
Council, we did rescind the resolution setting a public hearing, which we've just now rescinded. So that was the only other thing we did.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Franklin, am I safe to go on to the public hearing now? Or public
comments, you're very much welcome to do. I'm ready to wrap this up.
Very good. Stacy, if you'll flash up our slide, please.
A clarification, please, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Can people also put in written comments until Monday, or I mean, is that applicable?
Bo, let me let you take that. I think that's applicable for a public hearing.
It's applicable for a public hearing. However, citizens can always submit input, and there's no deadline on that, so they can submit it, and you can consider it for what you wish.
All right, because these are public comments, not public hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final time this evening for you to share your thoughts with the council. This is a public forum. The information on how to participate is on the screen. You've seen it at least 6 times this meeting, so hopefully you have it written down someplace, and we'll keep it written down someplace so that you know where we'll be in the future. Hank, do you have anybody who wishes to speak? Now's the time to raise your hand.
Yes, I have 2 hands raised. The first is first initial N, name Stommel.
Okay, Mr. or Ms. Stommel, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Norma Stommel. I live in Bradford Place. And I have a real Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't say your address. You
I'm
just
sorry,
said
Ms. Stommel, your address, your street address.
184 Bradford Place Lane.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyway, I have a major concern about parking if this plan goes through. When we start having events again in the square, I think it's going to be a major issue for people to find parking. I visit the square quite a bit, and I know the parking lot with the small businesses there does not allow parking except for their businesses. And if all these residents are going to be parking cars and leaving them in the square on the road, it's going to really be a problem for, you know, people bringing their children there to play with on the playgrounds, for people attending events, for the cyclists, for people going there to do their walking, their exercising. I think it's going to be a major problem.
Thank you, Ms. Stommel. Appreciate your comment.
You're welcome.
Hank, our next one.
Okay, next we have Mr. Tom Lawson.
Folks, this is again, let me reflect the time for comments about the rezone or the site plan review is up and was held just a bit ago. So if possible, unless you just absolutely have to be heard, we're now listening for comments regarding any other thing that you wish to bring before the town. And I'm not punishing you, Ms. Stommel. I'm just saying that we don't want to start an avalanche here of everybody jumping in to kind of reiterate and talk about what we've already talked about. Thank you. Mr. Lawson.
Yes, sir. Tom Lawson, 356 Louisville Trails Road. As was once said, tax-paying citizen. I was listening to some of the comments here and thought I might address a couple. Fred was asking about.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
We've passed the point where we're taking comments on the site plan review.
It wasn't in regard to site plan review. Fred was asking about where some of these things came from in our ordinances.
Thank you. Okay.
He was asking about, we must have adopted some changes to UDO and so forth. A lot of what you see in the UDO, if you recall in the beginning, when we took over our own planning, the county had a unified development ordinance. And we had chosen at that point to adopt that ordinance. And so we did. We read through that and adopted it. And then over time, we made some modifications specific to the town of Louisville. But there were also a number of things in that document that were there prior to that, which is why now we're in the process of reviewing our UDO, and you folks had approved some monies for a consultant and so forth. So hopefully we'll be able to go through some of this stuff and glean out some of these leftover pieces, because ultimately we wound up pulling out of the Unified Development Ordinance and creating our own document, but that was in fact a portion of what had been a larger document. So the short answer is we inherited a number of things. And Fred, I'm glad you brought this up, because another area that this may be of concern is the shopping center had been brought up earlier tonight. And the shopping center owns a couple of lots in the cul-de-sac behind it that are zoned residential, where you may see this issue rise again. So this may be something that council want to address going forward.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Hank, have we cleared the board?
Yes, we still have Tom and Stommel's hands up, but seeing as we just heard from them, we have no additional hands up.
Very good. Council members, comments?
Hands up.
Hands up. Ms. Foster.
What time is it? It is 10:47, and thank you to all of my colleagues. But I suspect there are people out there watching who have put in a lot of energy and time and care and concern. And I won't speak for the council. I hear you. And I appreciate it. And it's that kind of passion that got me involved with this town to begin with years ago. So thank you for that. That's what we want. We're trying to thread a needle. So bear with us as we figure out our way along the way. So I say that, and I thank the planning board. They've been around this a couple of times with this particular project, and I know they work hard. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Hunt, did I see your finger go up?
Possibly. I'm a 9 o'clocker, so this is way beyond my, but I did want to just echo a little bit of what Ms. Foster just mentioned. Thank you to the residents that have taken the time to watch us and stand by us. One thing I do want to just be encouraging of is, and I know that we're putting some effort from the planning side into resident engagement and transparency and things like that in the future. So I just encourage all residents to continue to stay involved and make an impact and get involved when we're starting to work on these UDO projects. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that I know because we're doing Zoom meetings that Joyce has added, like here under 13A II, written comments may be sent to the town clerk at Louisville.net or LouisvilleNC.net. As we go forward and even get back into live meetings, I think we should include this in our agenda from now on, so to speak, so that comments can always be sent to the town clerk and forwarded to us, not necessarily written on a piece of paper that's laying on the back table when we're back in chambers again. I like this, and I just want to throw that out for future consideration.
Very good. Mr.
Agreed.
Franklin, if your email has been like my email, residents certainly are not shy about sharing their thoughts.
And
So,
that's good.
that's
That
a
is
thing.
good. I came home today and logged on to the town's website, or excuse me, email system, and I think I had 21 or 23 or something like that. Did not have time to read them all after giving blood and coming home and get ready for this meeting. So
I didn't know you gave blood, Mr. Franklin.
yes, I did. I do every other month on a council meeting night. So next time it'd be in November.
Very good. Thank you. Council members?
Oh,
Very
Mike,
good. Yes,
Mike,
ma'am.
I'm sorry, guys. I know we're all tired. Maybe I'm delusional at this point, but thank you to the staff also. So thank you guys for staying in here and getting us on Zoom, and thanks, Stacy, for all your work on this project.
Absolutely.
And Mike, I will mention one more time, condolences to George Hauser's family and everything that they're going through right now.
Thank you, Fred. That was going to be one of my comments, and you covered it for me. Thank you. Council members, could we possibly have any more to say?
I think it's time for Jean Marie's motion now.
Yeah, I will. Let me just summarize a bit. I know, just based on many of the comments that we've seen, or I've seen certainly in social media, this is a subject that there's a lot of engagement on. I want to thank so many of the folks for participating, because I think it helps to have discourse and community discussion. Thank you folks for coming to this meeting tonight and participating, because that is absolutely essential. I do want to thank the folks who have been participating in social media. The vast majority of your comments have been thoughtful, have been respectful, have been civil, have engaged in advancing everybody's understanding of what this project is all about. We've had several that were what I will call not up to Louisville standards of civility, but for the most part, your engagement has also been a very helpful tool in helping us begin to drill this down. We are taking a lot of time on this, but I hope you recognize that we're doing this because we do want to get it right. We do want to make a good decision, and we want to take everything into consideration. So please don't interpret our postponing our vote on this is that we're afraid to take a vote. We're not afraid to take a vote on this. We want to be sure that the vote we take is going to be appropriate and based on some kind of foundation of logic. Very good. Anything else? Ms. Foster, now's the time for your motion.
We've got a motion and a second already made, so now it's just a vote.
Well, actually, let's see.
Yeah,
So we had all that irrelevant discussion after a second was made.
Mhm.
Okay, well, very good. So we had a lot of extraneous discussion. My apologies. I should have not taken Mr. Franklin's word and had the motion passed and then adjourned now, or recessed now. But anyway, we have a motion on the table in a second to recess this meeting until Monday, September 21st at 6 p.m. Any discussion? Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Schmidlin?
Aye.
Dr. Sadler?
Aye.
Ms. Hunt?
Aye.
Ms. Welch up in the top left-hand corner. You got to sit someplace else next week.
I will try. Anyway, it's complicated. Aye.
Mr. Franklin?
Aye.
The mayor is also aye, and we are recessed until a week from Monday. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night now.